Good morning, 5 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And it's mostly clear right now. We're at 66 degrees, and we do have a slight chance of thunderstorms for today. Our high around 84 degrees this afternoon. In the news, with a lack of action on voter ID from Congress, President Trump has taken matters into his own hands. He signed an executive order yesterday that limits voting by mail.
The order would change the design of mail-in ballots to require barcodes from the Postal Service on envelopes to make them easier to track. Each state would also have to provide a list of eligible voters receiving mail-in ballots at least 60 days before an election. If they don't comply, they could lose federal funding.
That's ABC's Lionel Moise reporting. Israeli forces have killed the Iranian man who headed up the underground tunneling projects in Lebanon and Syria. Israel saying his death deals a significant blow to Hezbollah's ability to develop underground infrastructures. We told you yesterday the U.S. Army has launched an investigation into the two pilots who hovered their Apache helicopters outside of Kid Rock's Nashville home over the weekend. They're not in danger of losing their jobs, War Secretary Pete Hegseth posting on social media yesterday, quote, "No punishment, no investigation. Carry on, Patriots." He also thanked Kid Rock. Here in Nashville, a firefighter has resigned from his position after police accused him of indecent exposure to a teenage girl.
50-year-old Andrew Poole is facing charges of soliciting a minor and indecent exposure in Lewis County. The victim was 16 years old. His bond was set at $11,000.
And that's Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter. Poole is also accused of sending the girl explicit text messages. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks saw their best day since last spring when the Dow surged more than 1,000 points after the president of Iran indicated an openness to negotiating over an end to the war, and after President Trump appeared to suggest the U.S. may end the war without reopening the Strait of Hormuz. The Dow added 1,125 points. The S&P gained 184. The Nasdaq rose 759 points, or 3.8%. The price for a barrel of Brent crude fell 3% to close at $103. Tech stocks also helped lift the market, with Marvell Technology rallying 12% after NVIDIA invested $2 billion. Centessa Pharmaceuticals soared 43% after Eli Lilly said it was buying the company, working on treatments for excessive daytime sleepiness and other neurological conditions. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And stock futures look like we're going to add to those big gains from yesterday. Right now, the Dow futures are plus 247 points. That is the latest news. Your traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got to watch yourself heading north, make that south on 65 in Franklin this morning. Just past Paytonsville Road, Goose Creek bypass. That's exit 61. You've got a crash. It's on the right shoulder. The shoulder is blocked, but traffic is getting around it. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. We've got a lot of stories this morning, Joan. The Rutherford County librarian is apparently exploring her legal options. You should have me over here, by the way, now, Sam. Number one, the librarian is apparently going to be out for blood in Rutherford County. We'll talk about that. POTUS goes to SCOTUS on birthright citizenship in the 14th Amendment. Do you like that?
Yes.
Very good. And is the war in Iran almost over? We've got that story for you as well. Just a lot going on this morning. By the way, President Trump is going to be addressing the nation tonight, 8 p.m. our time. And I think that what he's going to be doing is he's going to be setting the stage for the wrap-up of the war in Iran. I think that's what this is. The president, and we've been covering all of this, the president and Marco Rubio both have been talking about wrapping this up. And I do believe that it is about time. I think that if we can figure out a way to get out of there, and we have basically decimated their ability to manufacture nuclear weapons. We've decimated their ability to launch these long-range missiles as well. And if we have, and we're now, 3 regimes in, and now we're talking to what Donald Trump would call the right regime, the one that they can deal with at our level here at the White House, of course, with President Trump and our government being able to talk to and deal with whatever the government is in Iran. And everybody has an understanding. No nuclear weapons, none of these long-range missiles. And, you know, if Iran wants to make Iran great again, and if they want to sell oil on the open market, they don't want to have all of these sanctions placed on them, then they'll learn to play ball. He was asked, Donald Trump was, about the price of gas in the Oval Office yesterday. This is part of what the president had to say. Need some audio if I could, Sam? Okay. Well, let's see. Let's try one more time. Nobody panic. It's going to be okay.
Indecent exposure. The incident happened.
Stand by. We're off to a rocking start. Let's see here. We have, I know. Hold on. There we go. You know what, Joan? We spent too much time in our pre-show meeting.
I know we did.
I blame Joan Jones.
It was the Wally's Bean
the Wally's Bean Machine coffee?
Yeah.
Here we go. This is President Trump yesterday in the Oval Office being asked about the price of gas.
Gas prices. Today they hit $4.
We're $4, yeah, and we have a country that's not going to be throwing a nuclear weapon at us in 6 months.
But Americans are feeling the effects in the interim.
And they're also feeling a lot safer.
What is the plan to bring them back down?
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon. And they'll become tumbling down. And stock prices were up today almost to a record because they know 2 things. Number one, we have a safe country. We had to take a little detour because we had a madman named Khomeini who sadly is no longer with us.
I love and sadly, he's no longer with us. And so a few things, right? The president and most folks that I've spoken with are saying that the price of gas will go down once the war is over, which the president is saying could indeed be in a few weeks. They do say that the price of gas is determined by the replacement of the current gas in the gas station tanks. What I noticed, and I know that a lot of you folks have noticed it too, is that the price of gas, it goes up really quickly, and it doesn't always come down as quickly. Have you noticed that? I certainly have. But things do need to get back to normal. And as the president said, we leave Iran and things will eventually get back to normal. Of course, you all know the Strait of Hormuz does need to open back up. One thing that the president has been saying about the Strait of Hormuz is that it will be dealt with by the countries that actually use it. But of course, I would submit that our gas prices are still impacted by what is going on with the Strait of Hormuz, but it's a lot of other factors as well. But the bottom line is that our prices are set globally, not what is necessarily going on in our country, but what is going on in the world. By the way, again, the president is going to have a primetime address tonight, 8 o'clock. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, was on with Hannity last night. One of the things that I'm noticing, of course, is that the president's administration, now basically what's happening is there is a full-on response in the media to the talking points that the president wants to put forward regarding the wrapping up of the war in Iran. Obviously, it's a good thing. I'm glad it doesn't. I don't know, Joan, is this, I don't want to be over my skis here, but are you sensing that between what President Trump is saying, I've got some audio from Marco Rubio essentially saying the same thing, that we are all well and good to wrap this up in a couple of weeks. It does not sound like we're going to end up getting Karg Island, trying to abscond to Karg Island, if you will. And I'm not sensing any real discussion of ground troops at this point. So I think it sounds like President Trump still trying to make a deal. But if you can't make a deal, okay, then we'll destroy all that we need to destroy, and we're out.
And we're going to let the rest of the world handle their own stinking problems with the Strait of Hormuz.
Yep.
We will get oil from our own oil processing centers.
Yep.
And, he's got to work on that. There's work to be done. So
I think you're absolutely right. I think part of what we need to do is we need to sort of, extricate ourselves from the global market, if at all possible, the global oil market, if at all possible. And that is a monumental Herculean task. But that takes the cooperation of multiple administrations. That's not just something that Donald Trump can do in the remaining, 2.5 years of his administration. That is something that has to be, cooperation of both Democrats and Republicans. And we need to do whatever we can to limit our, how our gasoline prices are impacted by what's going on the world stage.
And here's the rub with that. You know that the left is not going to help the president in this regard. In fact, they'll work against him because they know that if the gas prices come down, everything comes down. And therefore, the economy will be settled and voters vote on economy.
Yep. And that's it. And so for the Democrats, my question for the Democrats would be, okay, so let's say in July or August, let's say by June, July, August, oil prices are back down, inflation is back down, Iran has been absolutely neutered, right? Mm-hmm. So they don't have, any uranium to enrich, and they don't have the missile capabilities that they once had. And, things are going swimming. What is Iran going to, what are the Democrats going to say? How are they going to attack Donald Trump? I mean, it'll all be, what's the right way to put this? It'll all be partisan. It'll be partisan. And oftentimes the Democrats like to tell lies. We already know that. So for the Democrats, if all of this works out the way that we hope and believe that it will, then the Democrats, talking about Iran being neutered, the Democrats are going to be neutered because we'll have a neutered Iran and gas prices hopefully will be back down to where they were before the start of the war, and everything else will be back down as well. So then you got to look at the Democrats and say, okay, so now what? Now what are you going to complain about as we head into the midterm elections? I've got some great audio, by the way, from Marco Rubio. He was on with Sean Hannity last night. That audio and video is straight ahead, 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Still working that scene, that crash scene this morning on 65 southbound side in Franklin. This is just past exit 81 for Paytonsville Road, Goose Creek bypass. The crash is on the right shoulder. The shoulder's blocked. Traffic is getting around it just fine. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, Joan, thank you very much. As far as your weather goes, cloudy, breezy, warm today. A temperature approaching the record high of 86. And watch for some possible storms as well. By the way, let's see here. Joan, Sam, at some point we're going to have to tackle the discussion of bimboication.
Oh, my gosh.
At some point today, I would rather do it like in the 5:30 so that I can just say that I've checked it off the list of topics and then I've moved on. And if anybody is like tuning in at 7:45 and wants to know why I'm not talking about bimboication, well, I did it earlier in the show, Sam.
It's a valid excuse. You know, I was kind of shocked when that information came out. I'm really surprised that Kristi Noem didn't shoot those puppies. The plastic ones on his chest.
Where's the
rim shot? Where's the rim shot?
Where's the rim shot?
Yeah, because come on, man. You can rim shot yourself. All right, very good.
Rim shot yourself. That's right.
I'm pretty sure that's what Mr. Noem might have been doing.
So anyway, we listen, it is a serious topic. For the people that are like, oh, you got to talk about the real news. That is, he actually put our country at risk. Like, he really did.
Now, see, here you're going into all this, and people don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna save it for 5:35.
Okay.
Bimboication talk at 5:35 on Nashville's Morning News.
Words I never expected to hear out of your mouth.
Listen, I'm just saying, it is a bizarre story, man. Anyway, Marco Rubio.
Really is.
Let's try to stay focused.
Okay.
Marco Rubio was on Hannity last night talking about the end of the war.
We can't ignore that for 47 years they've avoided and rejected any effort to negotiate. That doesn't mean we're going to stop trying. President Trump always would rather have negotiations than war. And he will always, we gave him 60 days early last year. We gave him additional time to negotiate after Midnight Hammer again earlier this year. But each and every time, those things have proved fruitless. But we're going to keep trying. There are messages being exchanged. There are talks going on. There is the potential for direct meeting at some point. We're always going to be open for that. But what President Trump is not going to allow is he's not going to allow fake negotiations to be used as a delay tactic, to buy more time, to buy themselves space. That's what he's not going to allow. You know.
Yeah, and Marco Rubio is absolutely right. And when you talk about what the Iranians do, and Joan, you and I have actually spoken about this. What Iran does, and Trump has talked about this too, is that the Iranians will take weeks and weeks and weeks to come back with an answer to a proposal, and it's a incomplete answer. Like, there just isn't really a great way to negotiate with them because they're always trying to run out the clock. And that is exactly what Marco Rubio is saying. And this is what Donald Trump has said as well. We give them a one sheet of paper, a proposal that is on one sheet of paper, and it takes them weeks, if not months, to respond. And basically what they're doing is they're trying to run out the clock so that they can continue to enrich their uranium to 90%, which is what their ultimate goal is. I've got more on that aspect of it coming up. Here's more, though, from Marco Rubio.
Administration spent 4 years trying to resurrect the
talking about the Biden administration,
Obama nuclear deal with Iran. They spent 4 years trying to talk to the Iranians, and they strung them along for 4 years. And I think they thought they could string this administration along for 4 years, but they're not going to string along President Trump. He's not going to fall for their games. He hasn't fallen for their games. So we'll always be prepared to talk, but we're not going to allow that or the failure of talks to impede our ability to defend this country and to protect this country from a real threat. It's a threat to the world. It's not just a threat to America. The difference is President Trump is the only leader in the world with both the capability and, frankly, the guts to do something about it.
So Marco Rubio is correct there, and I want you to think about this. So all these countries just doing absolutely nothing to help with the effort. This is a country, Iran, who has lied about their missile program for years. They've funded terror, killed thousands of people over the years. Their roadside bombs killed and maimed so many of our soldiers in Afghanistan. They have killed tens of thousands of their own people just in the last year. and they've threatened us endlessly. So, yeah, I get the reasoning why Donald Trump wanted to do this. And if it is true, if everything that the administration is saying is true, then I think that this was a war effort well spent. But, you know, whether or not you agree with this war effort, can we at least agree that Iran is a nation that needed to be dealt with? I mean, the left probably is like, oh, no, we should have just, you know, continued to allow them to go ahead and enrich their uranium all the way up to 90% and continue to manufacture and make these long-range missiles that they could put a nuclear warhead on, which, by the way, what have we found out in the last couple of weeks? That they were lying about the range of their missiles.
It's a great analogy for the left's, you know, crime policies here in America. Let's just keep letting people, you know, out. Let's just keep letting them do what they want to do until someone ends up dead. And then eventually you have to deal with the blowback of that. And you don't want to deal with that when it comes to Iran and nukes.
Yeah, I mean, what do we know about the Democrats? What we know about the Democrats is that they are soft on crime, right? They are literally, that's what they do. They're soft on crime, whether we're talking about illegal aliens or whether we're talking about just guys that deserve to be in prison. And so we had the killing of the woman Irina Zarutska. Talked about her yesterday in North Korea. That dude should have been in prison. You have all of these illegal aliens. We've had 2 deaths in the last couple of weeks from illegal aliens. Democrats wanted them to be free. Again, soft on crime policies. Well, okay, then we have these horrific consequences or ramifications to the soft on crime policies by Democrats. They didn't want to handle or deal with Iran. And so all of a sudden, oh, gosh, now they've got 90% enrichment that is nuclear grade, and they've got long-range nuclear weapons. Oops, we probably should have done something, right? So it's very leftist. It's very progressive. It's very Democrat to sit here and say, oh, you know, Iran wasn't a threat, and Donald Trump just stumbled us into World War III. Well, it is pretty clear that he has not stumbled us into World War III as of yet. But, you know, the Democrats, whether it's crime and criminal policies here at home or on the world stage, they just don't really seem like they want to deal with Iran or deal with criminals, by and large. Now, speaking of Iran and nuclear weapons, Rubio was asked about Iran's enrichment program and how much of their uranium they've been able to enrich and how far. Now, remember that they've been enriching uranium to 60%. Now, you don't need it enriched to 60% for commercial use, for everyday power uses. You don't. To power homes and businesses, that's around 3 to 5%. At 20% is where it gets suspicious. The Iranians, they're at 60%. Here's what Marco Rubio has to say.
There's no use for 60% enriched uranium. I know we're getting a little technical here, but there's no use for it. You don't use it to create electricity. You don't use it to create anything for medical purposes. The only reason to have 60% enriched uranium is to be able to enrich it to 90% and put it in a bomb. That's the only reason to have it.
Yep. I mean, he's right. And here's the other thing. Iran has enriched to 60%. Okay, that has been ascertained, according to all the nuclear watchdogs. They also won't give any transparency, no snap inspections, no access, and not to belabor the point, but they've lied about it for years with their programs. And in reading about a lot of this, it's a lot easier to enrich uranium from 60 to 90% than it is to say from nothing to 20% enrichment. Early stages of enrichment, you're getting the system set up. You're getting the research in order, the work on separating atoms, and I don't want to get too technical because I'm not the guy for that, but developing nuclear weapons gets easier once you have everything set up and you've got the atoms in place that you need. At 60%, a lot of that work has actually been done. Getting from 60 to 90% is actually a lot easier. Here's more from Marco Rubio.
Iran has no reason to have it. They should give it up. They've been given multiple opportunities to give it up. They've had multiple countries, including countries they consider friendly to them, approach them and say, turn it over to us, they continue to refuse to do so. So why do they continue to refuse to turn over 60% enriched uranium? There's only one reason, and that is because they want to hold it and keep it to one day use it to build a bomb. That's the only way. And they were going to hide behind all of these missiles, all of these drones, their Navy and their Air Force. They were going to keep building those up to the point where then they would say to the world, you can't do anything about it because we'll launch these missiles against you and destroy you. Look, this is the weakest Iran has ever been. This is the weakest Iran certainly has been in 25 years. Right now, look at the damage they've been able to inflict on their neighbors at their weakest point.
Yep. I mean, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, has some great points about the damage inflicted. They've got all of those drones. They've got massive amounts of missiles. And yes, they have done damage to all of those Middle Eastern countries and, of course, Israel as well. So we'll see what President Trump has to say tonight at 8. It is 5:25 right now here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan's got the news at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up, President Trump becomes the troller-in-chief today as he goes to the Supreme Court. Also, why Mount Juliet schools will have extra police patrolling today. Those stories at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. Now 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Partly sunny, high near 84 today, with a slight chance of spotty showers. The rain chances will increase now through the weekend. Happening today, President Trump will get a firsthand look at Supreme Court arguments over one of his executive orders.
President Trump is set to become the first sitting president to attend arguments at the Supreme Court as the justices decide whether his order limiting birthright citizenship is constitutional. The order declares that only newborns with at least one parent who is either a U.S. citizen or has permanent legal status can become citizens.
That's ABC's Sophie Flay. Meantime, President Trump plans to address the nation tonight on what's happening in Iran. He's expected to give an update on when the Iran conflict will end.
President Trump now saying the U.S. is prepared to leave Iran even if the Strait of Hormuz is still closed to most ships. Iran's president also suggesting the end is in sight, saying we possess the necessary will to end this conflict, while calling for security guarantees.
That's ABC's Olivia Rubin. As for Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying while Iran still poses a threat to Israel, it can no longer threaten their existence. A serious threat of violence against West Wilson Middle School in Mount Juliet. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac reports that the threat was delivered through an automated message to the police department's Advanced Response Communications Center.
Police say they did loop in the Wilson County Sheriff's Office once they got this violent threat, and they also looped in the state Homeland Security officials as well. Right now, there is a coordinated response in place with additional officers assigned specifically for school safety.
So a big presence at Mount Juliet schools today. Anybody with information about the person making this threat is asked to call police. That is the latest news. Stick around for your traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Watch for some slow traffic on eastbound 40 in Pegram this morning. There's some overnight construction delays between McCrory Lane, exit 192, and Bellevue, exit 196. And road work in Mount Juliet as well on Highway 109 northbound, although we hear that that's also in the Lebanon area. It's Highway 109 northbound between I-40 and East Division Street. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends and hope you are doing well. Do you know what I do know, Joan?
What's that?
Is that, first of all, when I said that Irina Zarutska was killed in North Korea and not North Carolina, I just wanted to make sure people were paying attention.
And they were.
And boy, they were.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw me make a face that was like, I
didn't know. You know what? Because I've got North Korea on the brain because of another story, and so
their military.
So I apologize for that. But yeah, people, you know what? I love that people pay attention.
Yeah.
And when I shank something, I mean, I go big. You know what I mean? So.
Well, you could have just said that it's April Fool's Day.
I could have, but.
Yeah.
Given the content that I was speaking about, I didn't want to say that I was fooling about something so horrible.
Okay.
However, is big of a shank as that one is not nearly as big as the boobs on Brian Noem.
Oh my God.
So if you're watching on Super Talk TV, I've gone ahead, and by the way, I'm doing this, frankly, out of duress. Like I don't want to have to do this story, but. If I don't, I will get obliterated by management. So I've got to do it. I'm tucking it in right here.
Excuse me?
The story. I'm tucking the story in the 5:30.
I thought you were trying to squeeze the story in.
No, you don't want to squeeze them because they might pop. Okay. For people watching on Super Talk TV, I did the whole hand squeezing thing.
You did them pretty close to where we have the picture-in-picture screen, too. That was.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, is it to my left or to my right?
It's basically on that monitor to your left.
To my left?
Yeah.
So. All right. That was terrible radio. I apologize. Anyway, moving right along.
It's just terrible in general.
So, Brian Noem, husband of Kristi Noem, the headline in the Daily Mail was The Secret Double Life of Brian Noem. So had you ever heard of bimboication before, Joan?
I have not. Honestly, I thought it was as close to the bimbo. What did Hillary Clinton call?
The bimbo eruption.
The bimbo eruption. I thought it was as close to that as you could get.
So apparently, Sam, did you know? I'd be willing to bet. Yeah, Sam
Unfortunately.
Knew, of course. So
I like to be read up on the enemy.
Bimboication is basically online fetish models who have exaggerated body parts, and they like to modify their bodies so that they look like Barbie dolls.
Pretty much.
And with what Brian Noem likes is, like exaggerated cartoon-like breasts.
No, the Daily Mail had the opportunity to have the funniest headline.
Which was?
Not Brian Noem's secret double life, but Brian Noem's secret double D life.
That actually would be pretty good. Although they
don't ask me for my opinion.
I don't know how breast sizes work, like on bras and stuff. But I mean, the pictures I'm seeing are just gigantic. I mean, it's cartoon-like, if you will. So he's been basically on. If you don't know the story, he has been online doing this, and basically in these secret chat rooms and that kind of a thing. And there was one photo with him and it's on Super Talk TV, he put a couple of balloons inside his shirt, and the tip of the balloon is like the
well, they sell shirts like that for people into that kind of thing.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what that is.
Well, anyway, what he does is his business. However, the reality is this kind of behavior leaves his wife, Kristi Noem, vulnerable to blackmail. So that's why this is actually a legit story.
So maybe you need to explain the whole how it leaves Kristi Noem exposed to blackmail.
So
it's not.
So if you are Kristi Noem, head of DHS, and your husband is doing this kind of stuff, then Vladimir Putin or China can come and say, we know that your husband is doing this, so we need you to do this. Otherwise, we're going to expose you and your husband. That's how it leads to blackmail. That's how Kristi Noem was left vulnerable by her husband, who was doing this kind of weird fetish stuff. And you know what the amazing thing is? So did I explain that well, Joan? Is that basically, you got the vulnerability part?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's what's crazy. Dude didn't even really try to hide it. Here's what I mean by that. He's using his own phone. Like, he's not using a burner phone to do all of this online. He's using his own phone. That's number one. Number two, in the story, he had given these women, collectively, there were 3 of them, he had given them collectively about $25,000. So it's like he's not even trying to hide it. And then, so he's calling one of these women on his actual phone, again, not a burner phone, but his phone that he also calls his wife on. So she accidentally, the bimbo woman, she accidentally butt dials him, and I'm going to air quote the accidentally butt dials him back, and it's like, no insurance, please leave a message. And so it took her about 10 seconds to realize that the guy that was going back and forth with her was the husband of Kristi Noem, at the time head of DHS. Number 3, he's sending photographs of his face. It's not just, like from the neck down. He's sending photographs of his face. So he wasn't even trying to hide it. He was very careless. Anybody want to comment at all, or am I just on my own on this one? I realize we're all kind of stunned into silent embarrassment, but
I'm embarrassed for Kristi Noem, even though I feel like, and who knows which came first, but this whole affair with Corey Lewandowski, has sullied the waters for her. I feel like, wow, this is so embarrassing for her, but even more so for their children. They've got 3 kids. They've been married for 34 years, and she has grandchildren now. She was seen, with one of her grandchildren at, being yelled at by a reporter. That was a story not that long ago. So, this is a fully functioning family.
Well,
with some really deep, deep trouble.
So here's the question. Did the affair with Corey Lewandowski come because of this, or did he start doing this because she was having an affair with Lewandowski, and so he said, you know what, screw it, I'm just going to do the kind of things that I've always fantasized about?
I'm going to go with the first one.
Me too.
Yeah.
Okay. And I would agree.
You don't just wander into this level of mentally, in my mind, like, people do what you want to do behind closed doors, but
yeah.
This is bordering on the realm of gender dysphoria and is very disturbing. And so it's not, to me, that would not be the knee-jerk reaction to being cheated on.
Do you think that Kristi Noem really did not know? She says that she did not know. Here's my question. They have, I looked this up, not that everything on the internet is real, but supposedly he is worth about $2 million and she is worth about $4 to $5 million. I don't know how they do their finances. It's pretty good income between the two of them. But how would you not know as a spouse that $25,000 is going missing? And Joan had a thought on that, which was maybe she ran it through, maybe he ran it through a business expense.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what he did.
If he did, he's probably got more troubles than he can imagine because, that's not clearly a business expense.
But would you agree, though, that, you're using your own phone, you're sending $25,000 to these women, you are sending photographs of your face and not just from the neck down.
Yeah.
I mean, would you agree that he wasn't exactly on the down low? It's almost like he just didn't care if he got caught.
Right.
I don't think he understood.
Oh,
the tech. No, the tech.
Really?
As far as the technology goes,
Okay.
people, until something happens, people are woefully ignorant about how they conduct their, privacy and security settings on stuff. But I think the bigger story from all of this is this the reason that she was removed from her post? Is this the reason that Mark Wayne Mullen has had to be confirmed as the new DHS secretary?
I believe that no. I think the reason why she got bounced was because she said that Donald Trump approved that, what was it, about $220 million in that commercial that was produced, and she made it all about her. It was like a glam commercial for her.
Those two things together really, really make a good case because, okay, you spend too much money on commercial. That happens in private business all the time. People keep their jobs.
That commercial has been on the air for a year.
So I would say, if that's the case, then I would say that the commercial was used as an excuse to get rid of her because they knew that this was coming.
The commercial was the bimboication of the total story.
It's a nice try.
I think that you probably have that right because that commercial's been on the air for a long time. So the administration, the Trump administration, has known about it for a long time. It can't just be, all of a sudden they decided to call into question how much money was spent. It's clear that there was a lot of money spent on that commercial.
And this is where I'm going to side with Sam and Joan. Who was it that took out Kristi Noem? It was Senator Kennedy out of Louisiana, an ally of Donald Trump. I even said at the time, remember we talked about this?
Yeah.
And I said at the time, I said, is it kind of weird that Senator Kennedy is the one that's taken her out on this because he's a Trump ally? And he, in his questioning, protected and defended Donald Trump by saying, I'm reasonably certain that Donald Trump did not know how this money was being spent. So Kennedy politically assassinated Kristi Noem in the questioning about that commercial, and at the same time gave cover to Donald Trump. And ultimately, if you think about the timeline, because that was only, Joan, 2-3 weeks ago, So I guarantee you that the Noem family has known that this was coming for at least a couple of weeks because you're going to have the Daily Mail that is going to be asking for comment, right? So they knew this was coming. And so they probably tipped off Donald Trump, at least if they were decent human beings. And I believe that Kristi Noem is a decent human being. Some things I don't agree with her on, but whatever. But I think that they probably tipped off Trump, or somebody tipped off Trump, and they put the wheels into motion. I think that's probably. And by the way, Donald Trump has not been a fan of Kristi Noem having the affair with Corey Lewandowski. So do people feel sorry now for Kristi Noem?
No.
I mean, they didn't want to be caught like deer staring into the headlights.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you did there. Okay, good. President Trump's reaction, by the way, said he was surprised hearing about Kristi Noem's husband and the double life as a cross-dresser with a fetish for grotesquely oversized breasts. It is so weird. And that he felt remorse for the upheaval the revelation has caused the family.
And that's where I am too.
Yeah.
And in that sense, President Trump is, he's a family guy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the first thing he thinks of is the family. And I'm with him on that.
To Dan's point about being so careless and hapless with everything, where do you hide that in your house? I share closet space with my wife.
Where do you hide what?
They probably have separate closets.
Yeah.
They
with their money, I get it, but how do you go about not ever noticing that? That's my thing.
The fetish or the clothes or what?
Yeah, all of that. And this is, in some capacity, you don't tell your spouse, no, stay out of there. I mean, at least my relationship, you don't.
You know what? Here's what I want you to do. I want you to look up on the Google machine, how big is Kristi Noem's house? Also, he had his own office. He could have done, whatever he was doing in the office. And also, by the way, as Secretary of DHS, she was all over the place.
That's true.
She was all over the country. And when you're a governor, which she was for the state of South Dakota, she would travel for work, I'm sure. So, I mean, I think there's plenty of room to do what he was doing. I mean, I think that there is. So, bizarre.
Very.
And by the way, here's the other thing, though. If there was a possibility that she would be blackmailed, but it never happened. That's the other thing. Like, so
He
apparently,
got blackmailed, it sounds like.
Hmm?
I mean, did it say why he was sending these women $25,000?
No, I would assume. I don't know. Yeah, you know what? It's interesting. The article didn't say why he sent them $25,000. It's probably, how does OnlyFans work, Sam? You'll notice, Joan. You'll notice, Joan, that I asked Sam and not you.
Yeah.
OnlyFans.
I'd like to know how the enemy.
No. I'm just asking. Like OnlyFans, you give them, in all seriousness.
Yeah, it's
OnlyFans, you give them like online tips, I guess.
You can.
Yeah. So maybe that's what it was. Maybe he's giving, because it doesn't sound like he met any of these women.
No, he engaged in explicit text and WhatsApp conversation with the women who are described as sex workers or fetish models. In the messages, he allegedly complimented their huge, ridiculous knockers and other things, and expressed interest, and quote, being turned into a girl. So
what? Wait, what did you just say?
Yeah, in the messages, he allegedly complimented the women on their huge, ridiculous chest areas, curves, and expressed interest in being, quote, turned into a girl.
Oh.
Shared photos of himself wearing tight outfits with stuff underneath. And
See, I think that goes next level. Like, okay, so you like looking at women with big breasts. Like, okay. But when you're dressing up yourself, I mean, he had the balloons in that picture. He had the balloons in his very, very tight shirt with the tied off portion of the balloons facing forward.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's a next level weirdness.
So they reportedly asked him for money during these interactions, and he sent multiple payments, typically $500 to $1,000 each, totaling around $25,000.
And part of the story was that if he didn't send the money, then there was the threat that they would go public, because at that point they knew who he was. And one of them, actually, when he didn't send the money, she posted it on social media, but then she deleted it, probably because he sent the money. So he was blackmailed, but just not by Vladimir Putin, but by...
Just imagine the Kremlin reacting, world leaders around the world reacting to...
They're probably like, how did we miss this opportunity? You know what I mean? Like, if you're Vladimir Putin or if you're Xi Jinping in China, you're like, you know, your espionage people are probably going to be in big trouble because they missed the opportunity to, blackmail Kristi Noem, because now they know that they could have, gotten the husband. And, whatever. All right. So you think they're going to get divorced now?
100%.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This kind of international embarrassment? Are you kidding me? You don't recover.
I want to see Brian Noem's dating profile once he's
really
single.
Wondering what that next word was going to be.
Do you know what I mean? No. Think about it, Lo. You know, what do you do when you're suddenly single? You go on the dating apps, right? So I want to see what his dating app profile will be. What are your likes? You know what I mean? It's like, never mind.
Yeah,
I find it fascinating that's where your mind goes. I'd prefer to never see or hear from him again, but hey.
9388. This guy sounds like a real boob. 3353. Well, Dan, how long are you going to keep that picture up?
I have left.
Yeah, it has been there for a while.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and I'll take it down now. Whatever.
All you did was
By the
make
way, can I
noise.
also say that Kristi Noem looks like a completely different person
Yeah.
than she did when they first met? I mean, she's had a lot of work.
It's pre-Botox for sure.
I'm not criticizing anybody. If you want to have work, knock yourself out and have work, whatever.
But if you do it to the point where you can't show remorse after you kill a dog.
They're
What does the killing
unrelated.
of the
Stop
dog
it.
have? Yeah, that's unrelated.
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 Because her face is so locked up from all the Botox.
Unrelated. 5:56 on Super Talk 99.7. By the way, 8,500. Are you sure these people were not working for foreign people?
Possibly he could have been Swalwelled.
55-36. Clintons didn't get divorced.
That is true.
That
That
would
is
have been
true.
the only thing that would have really ended the Clinton dynasty. Plus, who gets what half of the foundation?
It calls into question the definition of marriage.
Anyway, got to go. 5:57. Joan's got the news coming up. Joan.
Yeah, there is breaking news this morning. President Trump may be considering pulling out of NATO. We'll bring you that story. It's coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories in our breaking story this morning. President Trump is reportedly strongly considering pulling the U.S. out of NATO. Britain's Telegraph newspaper saying that the president is angered after other members of the alliance failed to join the effort to stop Iran's nuclear ambitions. That news is not moving UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
Whatever the pressure on me and others, whatever the noise, I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make. And that's why I've been absolutely clear that this is not our war, and we're not going to get dragged into it.
Trump telling the Telegraph that the military alliance was a paper tiger and that taking the U.S. out of the bloc was now beyond reconsideration. Meantime, the State Department has confirmed that American journalist has been kidnapped in Iraq by suspected Iranian-backed militants. Shelley Kittleston is a freelance reporter. She is said to have ties to an Iranian-aligned Hezbollah group. By this time tomorrow, 4 astronauts could be racing toward humanity's first lunar encounter in over a half a century. ABC's Jim Ryan says all systems are go for the launch of Artemis 2 and its trip around the moon.
As with any space mission, liftoff depends upon the weather, the people, and hundreds of thousands of high-tech components all working in harmony to get a rocket the size of a skyscraper off the ground. And at least for now,
all indications are right now we are in excellent shape.
Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. If this launch is scrubbed, NASA will have 2-hour windows each day through April 6th. But after that, the next chance won't come until April 30th. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Renewed hopes for an end soon to the war in the Persian Gulf drove stocks to their best session since last May. The Dow soared 1,100 points to close at 46,341. The Standard & Poor's gained nearly 3%, the Nasdaq Composite 3.8%. As the second quarter kicks off, traders will watch for earnings from major food producers before the opening bell. They'll also monitor February's retail sales report and the ADP private sector employment data for March. A new food giant is being cooked up. Unilever, the maker of Coleman's mustard and Hellmann's mayonnaise, has struck a deal to combine its food business with spice maker McCormick. It creates a new company worth about $65 billion. The NFL has approved the sale of 7% of the Las Vegas Raiders to a billionaire tech investor and the co-founder of tequila maker Casamigos. The league puts the value of the team at $11.1 billion. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures are on the plus side this morning. The Dow futures are up 302 points. That's the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a big old problem in Jolton this morning. 24 eastbound is closed. New Hope Road to Whites Creek Pike. Looks like they've closed the interstate there because of a serious crash. We'll get a look at it on our cameras and bring you more coming up in the moments ahead. Also, just keep in mind that on Highway 109, the northbound lanes between I-40 and East Division Street through Mount Juliet, Lebanon area, you've got some closures there as well because they're adding a lane and causing some delays. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on in to Wednesday, April 1st, right? There will be no April Fool's jokes. Joan, as you may or may not know, Sam, you probably don't know, but many radio careers have been destroyed by very bad attempts at April Fool's jokes on the radio. I don't do that because, frankly...
You see that as a threat. So you're saying that I should not pull a hoax on you because it could ruin my career.
If that's the way that you would interpret that, that's fine. By the way, a little behind the scenes. So this is what's funny.
Yeah.
And then we're going to get back to business. So knowing Matt Murphy the way that I do, he knows the locker combination to my locker.
Well, somebody has to know it besides you because you can't remember it.
Well, right. That one day when I forgot it, I gave it to you and I gave it to Chris Hand, two people that I trust. Well, Hand gave it to Murphy. So now Matt is like, I know stop that, Sam. I know that Murphy, he's got a great sense of humor. So I opened my locker. And very slowly, I opened it because I thought, that I'm going to have a bunch of little puffy things fall out of my locker, something like that, some sort of practical joke, courtesy of Matt Murphy. Nothing. Do you know what I thought he would probably do? Is put a big blow-up picture of Brian Noem in my locker, but he didn't even do that, Joan.
Wait, do you know his locker combo?
I don't think he has a locker. I don't think he has one. So, hey, consumer confidence. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, sure.
So this was this happened yesterday.
We just got the latest read on consumer confidence. Lydia, the number, please.
Stuart, we're coming in at 91.8. The expectation was 88. So this is an upbeat read, higher than what we were expected, and also higher than last month's read, which was 91.2. It seems that consumers are not as concerned about the economy as maybe what we were expecting, 91.8, more upbeat than the expected 88.
So a couple of things. Number one, the market took a pretty good, it didn't take a hit. It went up real quickly for a time. I don't know how the market closed yesterday, but I know I was looking at the market yesterday.
Yeah.
And if I remember right, the Dow was over 1,000, up over 1,000.
1,100 points.
1,100
crazy.
points. And so it definitely, skyrocketed. And some people are saying it's because of the consumer confidence report. I think other people are saying it's because there is definitely a signal to the end of the war. We talked about that extensively in the first hour of the broadcast. And, I think that on the one hand, you see consumer confidence and, how well it is doing right now. People have confidence in the president to handle the economy. But then, CNN has this big, long piece about how they did a poll, of course, and you got people that disapprove of the president's handling of gasoline prices. So there's so much contradictory polling that is out there. Here's where I think the American people are at. I think the American people recognize that the economy was looking pretty good. PG for pretty good. When, we entered into this war, Joan, you and I talked about that, as a matter of fact, and Sam did too. When we went into this war, it's like, why is he going to mess with this now? I mean, things are going really well from an economic standpoint, But Donald Trump had confidence that he could get this done quickly. We're going to get in, we're going to get out. And if my read on this situation is, and we talked about it in the 5 o'clock hour, but, Trump is giving indications that this is going to be over in a couple of weeks. Marco Rubio is doing the same thing. Well, then the price of gasoline will go back down and, inflation will continue to go down as well if that happens, in my opinion. So, but there's just a lot of contradictory polling out there, and it does drive me nuts. But I do have confidence in the economy that it will go down once this thing is over, Joan.
Yeah, so there's a bit of a breakout of like who's saying that they're confident in the economy and who's not. So consumers under 35 and those 55 and over, this is according to U.S. News and World Report, continue to moderate their optimism. Those 55 plus were the most pessimistic. By income, confidence over the past 6 months continues to dip in 6 of the 8 income groups. Consumers, however, earning at the lower end at $25,000 to $35,000, and those 125 and over were a little more optimistic. Between Republicans and Democrats, I mean, you can guess Republicans are the most optimistic, Democrats the least. It goes like that. So there's a little bit of a breakout. So the older and the younger are a little bit less confident.
Yeah.
Those in the middle are a little bit more. And Republicans more confident than Democrats, of course.
Yeah, of course. So that actually does make a lot of sense. And, you always got to look at inside the numbers and all of that to see if it all makes sense. At the end of the day, I think that it's all going to come down to how quickly gas prices go back down and if inflation, cost of goods and services will go back down as well, and how quickly that happens. Because as we talked about in the 5 o'clock hour, the price of gas, and you've noticed this, Joan, when there's a kerfuffle in the Middle East, when something happens in the Middle East, gas prices almost immediately go up.
Yeah.
It takes a minute for them to go back down.
And that's frustrating because don't we have the most oil reserves in the world in this country?
Yeah.
So why is it that overseas has anything to do with the price of our gasoline?
Yeah. I don't know. And I think that, as we talked about earlier, if we want to sort of extract ourselves, get out of the global market, that is something that we would have to change the dynamic of the entire global oil industry. And we would have to become far more self-reliant. We have enough oil. We can, continue to do as much as we can to drill for oil in our country. And, could we become fully oil independent in the sense that we simply utilize our own oil and we don't have to worry about what is going on in the Middle East and so forth? Because, the price of our gas is tied to the global oil market, whether we like it or not. And so it does come down to things like the Strait of Hormuz. And so that does impact our oil, our gasoline prices and the cost of oil here in America and around the world. Now, the president, part of what he is saying is that, here's what's going to happen. We're going to wrap up what we're doing in the Middle East, and the nations in Europe, they're going to have to deal with the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to have to deal with Iran on the Strait of Hormuz. They use it. They need it. We're out. That's what the president's saying. Now, we also know that the president likes to negotiate out in the open. He likes to play hardball. I would be willing to bet that part of what the president wants is for NATO and for some of these European countries to come to the president and say, President Trump, thank you for defanging and neutering Iran. Now we need your help in trying to deal with Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. And I guarantee you the president would want to be the hero in that sense. And so there's a lot to talk about with the Strait of Hormuz. We've all been talking about it. What did you say, by the way, Joan, because I missed it real quick. What did you say about the president wanting to get out of NATO? What was that story?
He told a reporter from the Daily Telegraph, or the UK Telegraph newspaper, that he is considering leaving NATO that it is has been revealed to be a paper tiger because not one of the NATO countries is there to defend.
Do you know what? He's got a great point.
He does.
Like I got a whole thing on this, so I'll probably save it for the actual segment that I'm going to do on it. But he's right. I mean, what good are they? And we can argue about Article 5 and how Iran didn't necessarily attack us. We attacked Iran, and that's why NATO chose not to get involved, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But he's right, because Iran has been threatening everyone. Iran has been threatening NATO nations. Iran has been going after, of course, all of the Middle Eastern countries as well. And President Trump has effectively been told by NATO that, you're on your own. I know. They all signed that order, that letter of intent or whatever it was, where they said, yeah, we're ready to go. Whenever you need us, we're ready to go.
They did nothing.
But they did nothing.
Here, yesterday, Pete Hegseth talked about this. They had that press conference yesterday at the Pentagon to update everyone on the war. And somebody asked him about NATO, and he had this to say.
And as far as NATO is concerned, that's a decision that will be left to the president. But I'll just say a lot has been laid bare. A lot has been shown to the world about what our allies would be willing to do for the United States of America when we undertake an effort of this scope on behalf of the free world. These are missiles that don't even range the United States of America. They range allies and others, and yet when we ask for additional assistance or simple access basing overflight, we get questions or roadblocks or hesitations. And the president's pointing out, you don't have much of an alliance if you have countries that are not willing to stand with you when you need them.
There you go.
There you go. So we'll have to see where this whole thing goes.
All while we're about 60% of the total defense spending across NATO.
Well, that's exactly right. And let's be honest. Trump has had a bee in his bonnet about NATO for a long time, as he should.
Would you not want to save about $845 to $980 billion?
Well, and if they're not going to be there to support us when ultimately what we were doing in relation to Iran was not only to help us, to protect America, to help our ally in Israel, but also to protect all of those European countries, and they want absolutely nothing to do with it. So I get why the president is saying that. Whether or not we would actually do that remains to be seen. We'll have to see how that story develops. We didn't do traffic, did we, Joan? Is there anything going on in the roadways?
Yeah. There's that big problem in Jolton. Now, they've opened up the roadway 24 eastbound past Whites Creek Pike, exit 35. They've been able to push a crash involving several vehicles off to the left shoulder. The left shoulder is blocked off. A little slow getting around it, though. Just be careful as you're headed in that way.
All right, thank you, Joan. As far as the weather, I'm laughing at this text messages that we got. Cloudy, breezy, very warm, with the temperature approaching the record high of 86 degrees, and possible storms today as well. 2242. You want to hear it? Once again, you failed to amaze me how stupid you are. Doesn't want to participate the United States because of Donald Trump, not America. Donald Trump. He insults them. Talk about NATO. He insults them. He threatens them. I wouldn't want anything to do with that moral either. Wake up. Get outside of your little bubble. There, 99.7, your little Republican mag Nazi bubble. I think 2242 has been drinking this morning.
Something.
Because listen, that was read word for word. And can I just say that when somebody who is so incredibly insulting to yours truly, when they sound, that incapacitated or incoherent, it actually makes me feel better. Because that tells me that he's as incoherent as I am this morning. Anyway, 620 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And do I want to do this here? How much do I have some time? I don't think I have enough time to do this. There is, real quickly, so I'm going to go ahead and do it. Have you heard of Leslie Jones? Joan, have you ever heard of Leslie Jones? She is a comedian.
Yeah. No relation.
No relation at all. So she was on some podcast somewhere, and this is what she said about marriage.
I think marriage is legalized slavery.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Say more, because if I'm thinking about slavery and I'm thinking about marriage, there are two different images that come
Absolutely
into my head.
not. I don't know how you don't. A man is, especially if he's expecting you to be a trad wife, he might as well pull out a whip.
Wow.
Gosh. These people are
And a
so
chain.
weird.
Pull out a whip and a chain. Listen.
Wow. So there are young people watching who might be wanting to get married. What would you say to them?
Don't.
Don't get married.
No.
Okay.
So the podcaster is just, she has no idea what to do. I mean, she's just like, okay, you know, no challenge or whatever. I think that Leslie Jones sounds like a woman who can't get a date. That's what
Would you date her? I mean,
She's got a very mannish demeanor.
she does, and she's got a very mannish sounding voice. Her voice is very low.
Oh, you ain't heard nothing yet. So this was her a couple of months ago on the Kelly Clarkson show. And again, this is video, Sam. This is her on the Kelly Clarkson show talking about her dating life.
I'm sick of men telling me, oh, wait, you know, you hardcore. Yes, I am. I am.
Can you handle it?
Oh, well, what you bringing to the table? I am the table.
I mean, she's crazy.
I don't understand why you wouldn't want a woman like me. I am successful. I'm rich. I can fight.
And you're crazy. And you're crazy. But here's the thing, and I can go into this a little bit more in detail. But when you think about the differences between slavery and, do I even have to do this, Joan? The differences between slavery and marriage. By the way, she's a stand-up comedian. You know where she was born? Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh.
One of her big claims to fame was that she was one of the characters in the female version of Ghostbusters. But, you know, my question would be this. How is her saying that marriage is akin to slavery or legal slavery? How is that not insulting to black people?
Yes.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, if like the Democrats, they always go back to slavery, do they not?
Yeah.
And there's some people.
Systemic racism.
Right. So, okay. So you are saying now that marriage, especially in the trad wife form, is akin to legalized slavery. Well, then what you're doing is you're sanitizing slavery, just like the people that would call Donald Trump Hitler. You're sanitizing Hitler and the Nazis. It's the same mentality. It is insanity. So, I mean, slavery, right? Whips were used. Human beings were kidnapped from their homes. They were held against their will. They were not paid for their work. Marriage. Abuse is illegal. Duh. Being held against your will is illegal. Duh. Physical and mental abuse is illegal. So with these comments and a few other notable appearances that have been reposted, she seems crazy and illogical.
Well, it's not just the disrespect to black history in that sense of using the word slavery, but also the fact that the black nuclear family was the bedrock of American society in the early 50s as we got to the civil rights movement. The traditional values set in place by the black nuclear family is what we built upon in the 70s and 80s in this nation to get to where we are today. And you're disrespecting all of that, all who came before you. You are spitting in their face.
Well, and nuclear families, generally speaking, black, white, red, green, or yellow as well. And I love how she blasts the trad wife, Joan. Do you know how many women would love to be trad wives?
Oh, yes.
You know?
Yes, it is.
Husband goes to work.
Very popular now.
Husband goes to work, takes care of the family. Mom stays home and raises the kids. And you know what's so amazing is that the people who are against trad wives, they're so vitriolic about it. And being a trad wife is by and large, it's a choice that women make. And it's a choice that families make. And they sacrifice to have a trad wife in the home or trad husband, whatever. I mean, husbands stay home too. But I mean, the opportunity to have one parent stay home, that is an opportunity. And it's a sacrifice that people make. So when you attack people who have a trad parent in the house, and I'm just air quoting that, but when you have a trad parent in the house and you're attacking them, well, those are families that have made the sacrifice. So, you know, as far as this woman goes, yeah, I really, Leslie Jones, I can't imagine why, you know, she can't get a date or be able to, you know, get a second date.
probably harder to find somebody louder than her, you know?
Yeah.
Imagine having a conversation on the couch. It's like, ha, I just lost like 3 zones of hearing in my right ear.
Anyway, 6:26. Joan's got the news coming up, and 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, why Murfreesboro police are warning residents about a new scam that's targeting them. We've got that story coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. It is April, and weddings are being planned right now. I can tell you the best place for engagement rings is Brentwood Jewelry. Now, this is the official jewelry store of the Mandis House. You've got to check out their vast selection of wedding bands. They've got semi-amount engagement rings. They've got loose diamonds as well. They have rings for every budget and style for both men and women. Now, again, Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of the Mandis House. I bought Amy a couple of really cool pairs of earrings. She bought me my favorite watch. I'm wearing it today. But, you know, Brentwood Jewelry, it's a store, and they are really, truly great Americans, great Tennesseans as well. You walk into Brentwood Jewelry, they've got flags all over the place. Oftentimes you can hear WTN playing in the background, as a matter of fact. So check them out. Brentwood Jewelry, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Find them online. It is BrentwoodJewelry.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. BrentwoodJewelry.com. Spring is here. It is the perfect time to freshen up the air in your home. Dan Mandis here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You know, they've put together their Spring Breathe Easy package to help you clear out that dust and the allergens and the pet dander that's been building up in your home all winter long. Now, they're not just doing a quick check. They're giving your system a full refresh. Now, that includes an AC tune-up to get you ready for the summer heat, plus an indoor air quality check so you know exactly what your family is breathing. They'll also inspect your ductwork and perform a professional air duct cleaning to remove all of that hidden buildup deep inside your system. And to take it a step further, they're also going to install a whole home germicidal system to help reduce airborne contaminants. Oh, and with their premium service, Busy Bee will finish things off with a bonus deodorizer treatment so your system smells as clean as it feels. And right now, you can get the whole package for $1,199, $1,199 on 1.5 to 3 ton systems. Normally, that is $1,800. So that is a huge savings from Busy Bee, or $1,599 on 3.5 to 5 ton systems. That is normally a little over $2,000. Call them, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Find them online, busybeehvac.com.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump telling the Daily Telegraph, a British right-wing newspaper, that NATO has proven itself an ineffective paper tiger and that he's strongly considering leaving the alliance. That theme was echoed yesterday by War Secretary Pete Hegseth.
We ask for additional assistance or simple access basing and overflight. We get questions or roadblocks or hesitations. And the president's pointing out, you don't have much of an alliance if you have countries that are not willing to stand with you when you need them.
The president has long questioned the U.S. membership in that alliance. Murfreesboro police warning residents about a phone scam targeting them. It appears that the call is from the police chief or an official from the DMV telling residents they committed a traffic violation and owe money to clear the charge. Police have some advice for what to do if you receive one of these calls.
It's important that you never give sensitive information over the phone, like where you live, your social security number, or any banking information. If one of those scammers call you, it's best to just hang up and block that number.
That's Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter. And a potential disaster averted in New York. A Delta pilot was on approach to LaGuardia Airport just a few hundred feet off the ground when he contacted the wrong tower to get clearance for landing. That pilot had been talking with air traffic controllers at John F. Kennedy Airport instead. Air traffic controllers alerted the pilot to use a different frequency, and when he did, he landed safely. It was just a week ago that an Air Canada plane and a fire truck collided on the runway at LaGuardia Airport, killing 2 pilots. That is the latest news. Stick around for your traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WGN News. All right, it is still pretty slow on 24 eastbound in Jolton this morning after a crash, a multi-vehicle crash just past Whites Creek Pike. It's off to the left shoulder, but apparently still attracting a lot of attention this morning, so easy going around that. Things are looking pretty good on 24 through the Laverne area this morning with normal volume delays. Things are looking good on 40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.638 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to a April 1st, actually, April Fool's 2026. Appreciate you being here. All right, so, Joan, real quick, I heard your report, and you were talking about how the Rutherford County librarian is now apparently going to be exploring her legal options.
Yes.
After she got crap canned for basically
insubordination.
Insubordination.
Yeah.
That's what this was.
Yeah.
So I want to
Simple.
I want to kind of get. Oh, by the way, just in the previous segment, we were talking about trad wives. A bunch of people actually apparently don't know what trad wives are. Traditional wives. That's all it is.
Well, specific to that term, it was a social media trend started on TikTok where women who had careers for the longest were like, oh my gosh, I get to be a stay-at-home mom with my kids now that I'm married.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
like a whole revelation.
Yeah, a traditional wife. So just in case people are asking, what is a trad wife? All right, now, Rutherford County Library. I don't understand why this is so hard for anybody on the left to understand. The library board told you to do something, and you refused to do it. Therefore, you're fired. It's not that hard. So Channel 2, I've got this report from Channel 2, and I'm just going to stop and start this. But, you know, when you listen to, and I know that we talked a little bit about this yesterday, Joan, but when you listen to how angry people are in this meeting talking about the future of this librarian, and the thing that I don't understand, and maybe the people up in the rafters who are, you know, roundly, soundly booing as, you know, they're talking about firing the librarian, they do understand that if they want to peddle trans porn to their kids, they can do it. Nobody's banning any books. They're just moving these books from the children's section to the adult section. But, you know, listen to these people. They're crazy.
Chaos and commotion. The decision followed a tense and at times heated meeting, with board members openly clashing over policy and how library material should be classified.
Why did you, Cody, decide what we were going to discuss tonight in terms of legal counsel when that's not your job?
Basically, what the woman is saying is, you know, who are you to decide what is, you know, what should be sent over to the adult section and not? Because they're trying to say that it's the librarian that should have the say in where these books go. But you know what? If this is the Rutherford Library Board, and they're the ones that are frankly listening to the state of Tennessee, because remember, it was the state of Tennessee that told the library boards to take a look at your books and figure out if the books that are in the children's section are appropriate for the children's section.
As a board, you're there to lead this board, not to tell us.
At the center of it all, whether 190 books belonged in the children's section or should be moved to adult shelves. The board recently ruled the books had to be moved, but the library director refused. Supporters of the director argue libraries should protect access and leave decisions to professional staff.
And now she is refusing to comply with the board's most recent order because it violates patrons' First Amendment rights. She is so dedicated to the Constitution and the freedom to read that she's willing to lose her job over it.
Why? See, that's what I don't get. It's like nobody is telling these kids or these parents that they can't read these books.
Right.
But what they don't want is little kids who are in the kids section. You know, you go into the kids section of a library, Joan, and they've got little dinosaurs on the wall, and they've got it's very little kid-like.
Little train sets.
Little train sets, little blocks, that kind of thing. I mean, these days you have, like trans reading day in libraries. Unfortunately, this kind of BS is happening now. But they don't want these kids to accidentally happen along these books as they're looking through the books. And so I suppose, that woman there, when she's talking about violating kids' rights to receive information or the freedom of expression. But you know what? When the Tennessee Secretary of State because this is what happened. The Tennessee Secretary of State told the library systems across the state to review what was in the children's section. And they found a bunch of pro-trans and sexualized content. And so the Rutherford County Library Board ordered them to move it to the adult section. So the board orders the librarian to simply take the books and put them over into the adult section, and the librarian refused. Okay, then you're gone. That is insubordination because do you know what, Joan? You and I have both been in positions where the company that we work for tells us to do something and we don't like it. But we do it because we want to keep our jobs.
That's right.
Right?
Yes.
So, I mean, this is
and
welcome.
we're not talking about the inability to access these books.
No, they're in the adult section.
You want to walk your kid over to the adult section, you weirdo? Go ahead and do it.
That's exactly right.
Or you can buy them.
On
They're not
Amazon.
Banned from sale. They're not gone. That's not a
People
book
are out of their
ban.
minds.
And here's the stupid thing, is that you could buy whatever you want on Amazon, and if you want to, knock yourselves out and all these little teenagers that are screaming in the rafters, oh, they're banning books. No, they're not banning books. Get educated on exactly what is happening.
Well, and for example, by the way, one of the books that she wouldn't move is called Answers in the Pages by David Levithan. And it's a bold, timely novel about speaking up and coming out as parents lobby to ban a beloved book from the school curriculum by the New York. It's a coming out story about
How is that beloved?
Yeah.
Do you know what's so funny? I spent a lot of time have I ever told you, Joan and Sam, but when I was a kid, this is almost embarrassing, but when I was a junior and a senior in high school, do you know where I worked? In the library at the school. So I actually know the Dewey Decimal System, believe it or not. I don't know if they still use it. But, you've got these, as Sam says, these beloved books. Who loves these books? And if you love it so much, go buy it. I mean, that is the bottom line. I've got a little bit more on this straight ahead. And right now, though, it's 6:45. Time to check the roads. All right, very good. As far as your weather goes, it's going to be warm. It's going to be windy, some clouds as well, possible storms. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Here's a little bit more on this story out of Rutherford County and the library system there.
While others say the issue is about what is appropriate for younger readers.
The law was made to protect the most vulnerable, which is children. Follow the law. Protect the children. Hold the line.
In the end, the board sided with the removal of Library Director Luann James, though she stood by her words tonight when given a chance to speak.
I stand by my decision. I will not change my mind.
So that is her
What did
saying.
she say? It was hard to say.
Yeah,
Hard to
she
say
says that I will not change my mind. Well, that's okay. You don't have to change your mind, girlfriend.
Yeah.
She wants to keep books like Desert Queen, which is a picture book biography spun in vibrant verse. It traces the journey of beloved Rashatani, a drag performer who defied tradition and dazzled the world.
What?
Oh, sure, Rashatani.
Yeah.
So here's a parent who spoke to Channel 4 who was in favor of this woman. And Hold on. Here's what she had to say. Oh, why doesn't this one?
We need more leaders like Miss James in our community that are willing to stand up and do the right thing. If you're telling me you don't want your kids reading these books, good for you. I support your decision 100%. Do not give those books to your children. But don't tell me what books my children can or can't read.
But
Again,
nobody's
saying that.
Yeah, Joe, nobody is saying that.
Yeah.
You're spot on with that soundbite. And again, I don't know why these people are so stupid.
Yeah.
If you want to go and you want to do, why is this so obvious to the three of us? I'm a lunkhead. I worked in radio for 40 years. I can barely add. But I know that if they want to get that book for their kid, they can waltz on over to the adult section or buy it on Amazon. By the way, I'm hearing from some members of the state legislature.
Oh.
And he says, in the law, we made it perfectly clear that each local board makes the decision based off their community standards. This is Rutherford County saying, we don't like these books being exposed to our children. So there you go.
Somebody on the super text line 9867 said, if there was a book about traditional wives in the kids section, they'd lose their minds.
Oh, can you imagine?
Yeah.
The trad wife and her kids.
I would wonder, is the dangerous book for boys, is that still in the kids section?
The what?
It's a famous book, kind of intertwined with Boy Scout stuff. The Dangerous Book for Boys. It's got all the little tips and tricks to maybe survive in the wilderness, skin and tan a rabbit hide, that kind of stuff. But, it's going to make references to getting down and physically dirty with something.
Right.
Teaches you how to cut your own bow for a bow and arrow from a, piece of wood, all that kind of stuff. I would wonder, do they take that out and go, no, little Johnny, we don't want you to read this. We want you to hear about the Desert Queen and the fact that it was really a man wearing makeup and a dress.
Mario says, and I was actually thinking about this earlier, Mario, why were adult magazines kept behind the counters in stores? Because they're not appropriate for children. And that is true. I think they're still. Aren't those magazines still behind the
glass?
They're not really as prevalent, but I remember even when I was a kid, late 90s, early 2000s, those kind of magazines were right there behind the Walgreens counter. And, what's that?
Oh, yeah.
Not appropriate for me. That's what it was.
No, it wasn't. And, I don't even know if they still sell those magazines in the stores. I have not been into a liquor store. Last time I was in a liquor store, which is where as a kid, I would go into the liquor store because they also had candy bars and they would have all of those magazines behind the counter. And I knew that those were inappropriate. And, I don't know where these magazines are these days, if kids are able to get these magazines. Why do they even sell those magazines? Do they even do those magazines anymore?
I mean, I still think that
Is Playboy still under Joan, do they still make Playboy?
I don't think so.
I don't know, and I don't care.
I think it's
anyway, whatever.
only online
I think it's
now.
all digital, but
Yeah.
most teens,
magazines couldn't continue because of the cost of making the magazine versus people being online.
8653. They don't have to sell them anymore. Everybody has the internet now,
Yep.
which is exactly the point regarding the librarian.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Not the government's job to provide you sexually explicit material to read for your child.
And you know what? If they, I say it a 95th time, go to the adult section if that's what you want to do. Do you know what I think part of this is? I think part of this is that these parents are so lazy that they actually don't want to go all the way to the adult section to try to find these books. They just want it to be easily findable in the kids section.
Well, they don't want to be caught doing that, right?
Well, and they also are pro this trans stuff, all these people on the left. And so part of that is, okay, well, then, they want kids to be exposed to this because they want to expose this material and they want the whole trans community thing to continue to grow. That's why these adults, sick as they are, want to promote this kind of stuff. Anyway, we got to go. 651, Super Talk 99.7, WTN, 4430 says they do sell these kinds of explicit materials in grocery stores. Okay. I've never seen them in a grocery store. Have you seen them? I haven't. I don't
Again,
look.
probably when I was
I don't look for them.
No.
Yeah, maybe next time I'm in a grocery store,
I've asked about where they are multiple times, but no, he never looks for them.
It's not for lack of trying. Anyway, whatever. 6:52. Let's see here. Joan's got the news coming up at 7. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, President Trump is out with the renderings of his presidential library. And boy, are they wow. We've got the story coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Alrighty, 6:53 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, Brian Wilson is coming up at 7 o'clock here on Super Talk. Ridgeside K9 Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life. That is what their tagline is. And I will tell you that if you've got a dog that needs some hardcore, serious training, they can help you. I call Ridgeside K9 Nashville the dog whisperers because they've helped thousands of dogs and their owners over the last 25 years solve behavioral issues. They can help you as well. And I'm just here to tell you that your dog is worth it. Your dog is worth the additional training. I've spoken to some of their clients, and their clients have said to me, and you can see the video on my Facebook page where I talk to their clients and they say, here's exactly what Ridgeside K9 Nashville did for our dog. So if you've got a pup with aggression or potty problems or anxiety or basic obedience, Ridgeside K9 Nashville, they can help you like they've helped so many others across Middle Tennessee. They've got a lifetime support guarantee. They are there for you 24/7. So if you want your dog to listen to me and reach out to my friends at Ridgeside K9 Nashville, 615-878-0380. Tell Jeff I said hello, 615-878-0380. You can find them online, Ridgeside K9 Nashville. It's rsk9nash.com. RS, the number K, I should say the letter K, the number 9, Nash.com, rsk9nash.com. Again, Ridgeside K9 Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life. 6:58, Super Talk 99.7, WTN. Joan, I've been called out.
For what now?
Mike says, well, Dan, you just lied or you're getting dementia. Just last week, you were telling us how you used to stop into liquor stores to get you and Amy wine. Mike H. Yeah. And what I said in the previous segment was that I haven't stopped into a liquor store lately. Like Amy and I, basically we stopped drinking unless we go out but that's been like a couple of years now that we haven't been drinking at home unless it's like a special occasion. So lately. And by the way, even if I did go into the liquor store, which is the one that I'm thinking of, which is the one on Mount Juliet Road, I think it's called Mount Juliet Spirits.
Yeah.
And, but not that I was looking around for magazines, but I'm thinking back when I was in there, I didn't see any magazines in there. But I don't go into liquor stores anymore, really. It's been a couple of years, right? So that checks out, right?
I think it does.
Yeah. But you know what, Mike? Thank you for keeping me honest. I appreciate that. Hashtag trendsetter, baby. Whatever. Those little sound bites are never going to go away, are they? Like
it's half of the page for all the sound effects. It's just you.
He says, I know, but you just said you haven't been in a... this is back to Mike again. Mike says, I know, but you said you haven't been in a liquor store since you were a kid. I don't know if I said that or not, but when I was a kid, I would go into the liquor store for candy.
Yeah.
So that's what I was saying. I mean, I have clearly been in a liquor store. I've been... Proud Mandis moment one time. I was walking out of a liquor store. This was in my... just so you know, I had some very heavy drinking days. I'm not going to lie. And so I was walking out of a liquor store. I had like 3 or 4 bottles of different things. And a guy said, hey, Dan Mandis, like recognized me. I had all this alcohol. Oh, my goodness gracious. It was so embarrassing. So anyway, whatever. So yeah, if I said that I haven't been in a liquor store since I was a kid, what I meant was when I was in a liquor store, when I was a kid, that's when I used to see all of the dirty magazines. And they're in like either the plastic.
It doesn't sound any better.
Whatever. I don't care. Anyway, it is 7 o'clock. Thank you, Mike, for keeping me honest. Let's see. Now everybody else is chiming in. Yeah, Mandis, that is what you said. 4702. Whatever. All right, Brian Wilson is coming up next on WTN.
Good morning, now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The bus driver who was behind the wheel when she crossed the median and drove into an oncoming dump truck last week near Memphis is reportedly still hospitalized in Memphis with internal injuries. WSMV4's Holly Thompson with more about that driver named Sabrina Ducksworth.
We spoke with people who knew the bus driver very well for the last 15 years. They tell us that she was having family problems in the week leading up to the crash and had just broken up with a long-term girlfriend and moved out within the last week.
Now, 2 Montgomery middle schoolers were killed and 2 remain hospitalized. A 13-year-old boy is recovering after he was hit by a truck riding his bike across a Nashville street. Police say the driver took off. Javon Ridgway telling News 2 that he was simply trying to make a quick trip to Circle K on his bike when a red pickup truck ran a red light and ran into him. He said the driver got out, saw that he was hurt, and left the scene. Police are still searching for that driver. With the lack of action on voter ID from Congress, President Trump took matters into his own hands yesterday, signing an executive order that limits voting by mail.
The order would change the design of mail-in ballots to require barcodes from the Postal Service on envelopes to make them easier to track. Each state would also have to provide a list of eligible voters receiving mail-in ballots at least 60 days before an election. If they don't comply, they could lose federal funding.
And CBC's Lionel Moise, election officials in Arizona and Oregon have threatened to sue the president over that order. We reported yesterday that the U.S. Army launched an investigation into those 2 pilots who hovered their Apache helicopters outside of Kid Rock's Nashville home over the weekend. Well, they're not in any danger of losing their jobs. War Secretary Pete Hegseth posting on social media yesterday, no punishment, no investigation, carry on, Patriots. And President Trump showing off his plans for the future presidential library. ABC's Dave Packer reports.
President Trump unveiled a digital preview of his planned presidential library, expected to be built in Miami. The video shows a towering waterfront complex complete with a museum, ballroom, and replica Oval Office, the 747 gifted by Qatar for use as Air Force One in the lobby, and an amphitheater space with a giant gold statue of Trump. It also hints the project could double as a hotel, something Trump has confirmed, calling the design beautiful. Trump says construction would not begin until after he leaves office. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. The Dow futures are plus 375 right now, adding to those big gains from yesterday. NASDAQ futures up 274. S&P futures are plus 57. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. Next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, on 40, the westbound lanes in Lebanon between Lebanon Watertown, exit 239 and 236. There's an accident in the midst of that crash, and traffic is stop and go all around it, so careful there. The downtown split 40 westbound, just before I-24, you've got a car on fire with two left lanes blocked by it. By the way, that car is fully engulfed, so it's early on in this delay this morning. And you've got normal volume delays on westbound 24 as you're making your way in through the Laverne area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and welcome on into your Wednesday, and that means it is Wednesdays with Brian Wilson. Hello, Brian. How are you?
I'm doing well, Dano. How you doing, buddy?
All right, now listen. No practical jokes on April 1st. You know as well as I do that radio careers have been destroyed by stupid radio practical jokes.
Yep. I agree with you. I mean, you know, I did that one time when I did the morning show, and you know, I did it.
Do you want to talk about what you did?
Huh? Yeah, you can tell. Yeah.
Well, I don't remember what you did.
Well, I did a thing where I came on at 5 a.m. as if the station had moved from Super Talk to Super Rock.
I remember that. I remember that.
Yeah,
Super Rock.
And so, you know, it's a gag that's been done in radio before. I don't claim to have any kind of, but so I did that, and I played things like "What a Fool Believes."
Sure.
You know, songs that gave it away.
Fooled around and fell in love.
Fooled around and fell in love. That's right. Did all that.
Foolin' by Def Leppard.
Yeah.
You know, we could just do all kinds of fooling
yeah. So
songs.
I did that, and you know, it I was tell you it was a failed experiment. People did not appreciate it.
You fooled no one.
Fooled no one, and people just like get back to work, Wilson.
Yes, see, that's the thing. Is that one thing I've learned about this audience over the years, and I love this audience, but one thing I've learned is that a good number of them have no sense of humor. Although,
they just get down to business. We count on you to do certain things, and we don't have time to mess around at 5 in the morning.
There is the very strong possibility too, Brian, that I'm actually not that funny. Anyway, moving right along. Let's see, the war in Iran. The president is giving indications that this thing could be over in a couple of weeks. And Brian, I don't know, what I've been saying is I've noticed for the past week or so that they've been sort of dropping some breadcrumbs that, why, yes, we've got some mission accomplished going on.
Yeah, listen, I think the thing you got to be careful about is they said we're going to be in there 4 to 6 weeks, and we're going to get this done, and then you know what happens is it's a thing called mission creep. Where, you know, you get in, well, as long as we're there, why don't we? You know, one of those things. And I think that's a big mistake. Go in with with a decided list of things you want to accomplish. And then when you accomplish them, back out of there. And I think that is probably what we're going to hear about tonight when the president addresses the nation, I think at 8 p.m. Middle Tennessee time.
Yes.
So, you know, that'll probably be what this is. We're going to be out. Don't worry, gas prices are going to come down, and they will. So I think, what's the purpose of them staying to keep the Strait of Hormuz open? It's absolute. We don't get any oil from the Strait of Hormuz. If you want the Strait of Hormuz, to taken care of, Europe, then get in there and do it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, shut up. But I think it will go back to normal, and I think it's in Iran's best interest to get the Strait of Hormuz open as well. So I think that'll resolve itself, and I think it's wise of them to perhaps at this moment stop and say, maybe we've done everything that we really need to do. Maybe we don't need to go to Karg Island. Maybe we don't need to secure the nuclear materials. We've set them back bad enough that if we have to come back, then we'll come back. But I think that's probably what we're going to hear tonight.
You know, what I have found interesting about all of this, Brian, is the countries in the Middle East have been, you know, really by and large, even though they had some hesitation early on, they've been, by and large, very supportive of what the president has been doing. The European nations, at least some of them, not so much. And I think part of that is because
our NATO allies.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this thing where it says that Trump has said that getting rid of NATO is an idea who is already beyond reconsideration. Are we going to reconsider NATO, our NATO allies? And I think he says, yes, it's beyond reconsideration. Rubio last night said, we have to re-examine this. And I think that they're very upset. Look, if you don't want to come in and fight, if you say it's not our war, that's fine. But don't deny us the ability to fly over France. I mean, come on. Don't deny us the ability to use those NATO bases for staging.
Yep.
You know, and so I can understand why he's upset about this. I do find value, as Rubio said last night on Hannity. He said, I do find value in the NATO alliance, but we need to re-examine some things because what is the alliance if you're not going to be for that? And we didn't ask for a lot. Just let us park a few planes over here at this air base.
Yeah, Spain wouldn't even allow us to use the air base or the airspace. I mean, it's ridiculous. And, Iran would just as soon blow those nations up and attack those nations as well. And as we know.
And by the way, with that one missile that they've developed, apparently Spain and London and France are all within range of that new missile that they demonstrated that they fired off in the direction of Diego Garcia.
Yep.
4,000 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
They never said that they had anything like that. And then now they do. And so, if I were Europe, I would wake up and say, maybe, what I need to do here is get back to supporting the people who have always supported us.
Right. The interesting thing is about, for example, the uranium enrichment and about how, and you know more about this than I do, but just for folks listening, I was reading up on some of this, but, we need to ensure that they're not enriching any uranium or that they don't have any uranium to enrich. But, pretty much everybody agrees that Iran is to or was to 60% uranium enrichment, which sends alarm bells everywhere because, suspicious is 20%. And it's really 3 to 5 to 7% that your average American city would need to, do power and those kinds of things and run nuclear energy. But Iran, number one, they have not been transparent. That's number one. Number two, they've been lying about where their uranium enrichment is. They're up to 60%, according to all the experts and the inspectors that I've seen. And it's just, from what I understand, a quick hop, skip, and a jump to get to 90%, which is weapons grade.
You need to get to 90, and it's not that hard, a matter of days. Then you got to take that technology and turn it into a bomb. And do they have that technology? Well, they certainly have the help of the Chinese in that regard, if they need it, with that kind of advice. And then, I just think that at the end of the day, you've got to then marry it to a missile.
Yep.
And, there's still some work to be done there, but still, you do not want a regime that has said the things, and declared the aspirations that they have declared. You do not want them to have nuclear material or a nuclear weapon. And I think we looked at the situation and decided we've really just got to go in and do this once and for all. It was heavy lifting on the part of the United States military. It is in the national security interest of the United States and the world to keep Iranian nuclear ambitions in check. So, I'm for it. I think we had to do it. But now the question becomes, are we going to go in there and try to secure the material? It appears that they believe the material is so well buried that they may never be able to recover it.
Coming up, POTUS goes to SCOTUS. Details straight ahead with Brian Wilson, 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather, cloudy, breezy, warm today. The temperature going to be about 86 and possible storms. All right, so Brian, the president is threatening to go watch the argument related to birthright citizenship and the 14th Amendment. I don't know, man. Those conversations tend to go on for a while, but what do you think the chances are that the president is victorious in striking down birthright citizenship?
This is a tough one, and I think the president is right. I don't think that birthright citizenship has been used properly in this country, but there's a long history here. And as you know, in the law, precedent, not president, but precedent is very important. And so, how have we always interpreted and why, and what have the past rulings been? This Supreme Court has not hesitated to change the law when they thought the law was wrongly decided in the past. So I'm hoping that will happen, but it's a real touch and go kind of thing. You'll get some sense of it. I thought it was interesting the president decided he's going to go and attend the actual arguments before the high court. I don't know that it's ever been done in that way. I mean, presidents have gone to the Supreme Court, but I'm not remembering a president ever going to the Supreme Court to attend arguments. But we'll see what happens. It's certainly there's nothing improper about it.
No,
I can't remember it ever being done.
He's got standing, and this is clearly something that impacts him. And I love that he's going. I don't think that it's ever been done before, but we'll have to see. It is fascinating how you have some people that are, legal eagles, legal analysts, and they'll say that the president is going to be victorious on this. And of course, you have left-leaning legal eagles that will say, well, no, he doesn't have a chance. We'll have to wait and see where it goes. One thing that is not up for debate is that birthright citizenship has been absolutely abused in this country, particularly.
Yes, there's no doubt about that.
Particularly by the Chinese. All right, Brian Noem and the whole cross-dressing scandal. We talked about this earlier in the 5:30 segment, but
does anybody care? I mean, do you care about this? I mean, the one thing I would say is it embarrassing? Oh, yeah, it's embarrassing. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see their spouse, in that sort of situation. And my first thought was, what was the guy thinking? And then the second thought is, how did this get through the background check? How did they not find this when they do their regular background check of somebody who's going to be in charge of the Homeland Security Department? So, I mean, I don't know that that Kristi Noem is claiming that she didn't know anything about it.
Yeah, I'm.
But there's some other issues in Kristi Noem's life that needed to be resolved as well. I mean, there's been this long running. I've heard it for a long time, and it certainly has been reported. I'm not the first to say this, that there may have been some kind of relationship she had with Corey Lewandowski. I don't know if that's true or not, but I mean, it has been said, and nobody has ever said, no, that didn't happen. So I'm assuming that something went on there. I just think that they should have been caught during the background check, and that it didn't is quite embarrassing.
Well, and it obviously leaves Kristi Noem vulnerable to blackmail when she was head of DHS.
Yeah.
That's the thing that a lot of people are talking about. And you're absolutely right. It is embarrassing. Kristi Noem did have the opportunity when she was testifying in front of, there was the Senate, I believe. Yeah, with the Senate, when she was asked directly, have you been having relations with Corey Lewandowski? And she never actually denied it, and so there's that aspect of it too.
If you do that, if you say I didn't have one and you did, then you just lied to Congress, and that's against the law.
Exactly. Here's the other thing, though, Brian, is that, and I did mention this earlier, but this is a situation where the guy Brian Noem, he just didn't seem like he was really trying to hide it. I mean, he was using his regular phone. He didn't have like a burner phone or whatever. He was using his regular phone. He was calling these women on his phone. He had given them in total $25,000. And he was he sent photographs of himself with his face included. So he wasn't really trying to do this on the down low.
It's astounding. It's really astounding. But I'm just wondering, do people really care about that, or is it something they giggle about and they move on? Can Kristi Noem come back from this? I'm not sure she can.
Kristi Noem cannot come back from this. I mean, maybe she divorces him and maybe she tries. But to be honest with you, I mean, I don't know how old Kristi Noem is. I don't know if she's that old. But I mean, okay, so she's been head of DHS. Is she going to go back and try to be, the governor of South Dakota again? Maybe she goes and tries to be a senator. I really don't know. But I think that if she stays with him, then I think that her political career probably is over. However, if she divorced him and just don't know what in the world was going on there, but I've divorced him and now elect me to be your senator, South Dakotans or whatever. So there is, I don't know. I think it's, for a lot of people, I think there is some interest there. I think that in China and Russia, there's going to be some heads rolling because Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping are going to be like, how did we miss this opportunity to blackmail Kristi Noem?
There you go. It's really a weird one. One of the strangest things that I've seen happen in a while, but I don't know. People have. I used to think that things that happen would destroy people's political careers. Then over time, I've seen people who have survived some pretty impressive things. Over a period of time, and it really didn't have any impact on it at all. It just really depends on whether it seizes with the American people. I don't think a lot of Americans have even heard about it. Although it's been reported widely, I don't think a lot of Americans have heard about it.
Okay, you know what? That's an interesting take. I think a lot of Americans have heard about it, but certainly within the next couple of days, and especially with the online images, the images that have been all over, TikTok and...
It's not over yet.
Oh, it's not over yet. All right, real quickly, what apparently is over is the investigation into those helicopter pilots who did the flyby Kid Rock's place. And Pete Hegseth, the Army, said, we are looking into this. The pilots have been suspended. And now Pete Hegseth has come out and said, no suspension, no punishment, carry on, patriots.
Well, what's the real harm here? I mean, so, this helicopter, this Apache, flies out of Fort Campbell. It comes right past. Apparently, they fly. Their flight path takes them not too far from Kid Rock's house. Which anybody who knows where that is, it's pretty easy to spot, and I would imagine especially easy to spot this southern White House from the air. And he's been out to Fort Campbell and has gone out there to meet with the troops. And he's a very patriotic guy, really supports the military. And he said to them at the time, hey, if I see you flying out there, you're always welcome to fly past my house.
There you go.
So, I mean, he apparently had invited them to do that.
Yeah.
And I think this happens probably a lot. They're on their way on a training mission and they fly right back. So Buzz Kid Rock's house, he loves it. So what's the harm? It's a training mission. I don't think anybody was put in any danger there. What's the danger? Making a helicopter hover? That's what they do. I don't see any problem here.
Oh, Brian, it's the glorification of the military. Don't you know that's what it is? And that's why the left is all worked up over this.
Well, and I love Pete Hegseth for saying, no, we're not doing this. Stop it. That's nonsense.
All right, very good. Brian, did we miss anything? I think we've covered everything.
No, I think that's going to get... Oh, well, we're going back to the moon for the first time since 1972.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, the last time we were on the moon, it was Eugene Cernan and Harrison Schmitt who were on the lunar surface for 3 days in 1972. I never did understand why we gave up our lunar mission back in the day.
Well, Brian,
because I grew up during that era, and I just never understood why we stopped it. It didn't make any sense to me.
Well, we have plenty of cheese on Earth, Brian. We don't need
I guess that's it. Yeah.
Is it the moon that they say that is made of cheese? Do I have that right, or is that Mars?
That's the old saying, yeah.
Oh, whatever. Well, that's okay because I'm old. All right, thank you, Brian.
All right, dude.
All right, we'll see you next time.
Bye.
7:25, Nashville's Morning News. Is that Fly Me to the Moon? If you're going to play it, man, play it. Bring it. Turn it up. Hey, Joan?
Yes, sir.
Gouda or cheddar? You think the moon is made of Gouda or cheddar? I think it's Gouda because it's like more of a whitish hue kind of a thing.
Yeah, but it's Swiss, isn't it? Because it has the holes, the craters.
Yes, you're right, Joan. It's Swiss cheese. That's why we got plenty of cows to make the Swiss cheese here. We don't need to go back to the moon. By the way, we never went to the moon the first time. That's all just
stop it.
That's just a conspiracy theory. I heard on good authority from the Chris Hand show that not only did we never go to the moon, but the moon doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It was all shot underwater.
Yeah.
It's exactly right.
There's really no flag up there.
No, there isn't. It was all shot on a soundstage in Hollywood. That's what it is. All right, 7:26. Joan's got the news at 7:30. Joan.
So coming up, President Trump becomes the troller-in-chief today as he goes to the Supreme Court. Also, we'll tell you why Mount Juliet schools have some extra police patrolling today. Those stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Do you know what I heard President Trump is going to do, Joan?
What's that?
So he's gonna have. Like he and Hegseth is going to be there, and Marco Rubio is going to be there, and some other folks from the J.D. Vance are going to be there.
Yeah,
and they're going to have the first letter of each conservative justice painted on their chest, and they're just going to lift up their shirts. Not Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, I hope not. No.
Yeah, and then they're going to start doing the wave when the conservative. All right.
Can you imagine if President Trump had an outburst? You were wrong when you did this.
You know what? I want a camera on President Trump.
Yeah.
When when the liberals on the court start to speak. I want a camera on Trump. I want to see the...
Well, when Ketanji Brown Jackson starts to speak, that's when you really got to have the camera on him.
Well, you know what, to be honest, she's not going to... Ketanji Brown Jackson, I know I'm late. Ketanji Brown Jackson, that's a... You know what that is to me? That is a bathroom break.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, she's not going to say anything that anybody can even understand. Anyway, got to go. 728, Nashville's Morning News. The Wellness Institute of Nashville and my buddy Dr. Kevin Mitchell. Listen, if you are suffering from back and neck pain, sciatica, slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes, well, they can all be a past memory because he can help you with non-surgical spinal decompression. And right now, he is offering it to you 47% off when you mention my name at WTN. So you want to call him right now, 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. The website, by the way, is painisbad.com. Don't forget, 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression. But that's not all they can do. I mean, they've got all kinds of technology at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They've got robotic lasers, anti-gravity machines, cryo machines, stem cell stimulation machines, all at the Wellness Institute of Nashville and Dr. Kevin Mitchell, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com.
Good morning. It's now 7:32, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, happening today, President Trump will get a firsthand look at the Supreme Court arguments over one of his executive orders.
become the first sitting president to attend arguments at the Supreme Court as the justices decide whether his order limiting birthright citizenship is constitutional. The order declares that only newborns with at least one parent who is either a U.S. citizen or has permanent legal status can become citizens.
That's ABC's Sophie Flay reporting. Meantime, the president plans to address the nation tonight on what's happening in Iran. He's expected to give an update on when the Iranian conflict will end.
President Trump now saying the U.S. is prepared to leave Iran even if the Strait of Hormuz is still closed to most ships. Iran's president also suggesting the end is in sight, saying we possess the necessary will to end this conflict, while calling for security guarantees.
That's ABC's Olivia Rubin. As for Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that while Iran still poses a threat to Israel, it can no longer threaten their existence. A serious threat of violence against West Wilson Middle School in Mount Juliet. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac reporting the threat was delivered through an automated message to the police department's Advanced Response Communication Center.
Police say they did loop in the Wilson County Sheriff's Office once they got this violent threat, and they also looped in the state Homeland Security officials as well. Right now, there is a coordinated response in place with additional officers assigned specifically for school safety.
So a big police presence at Mount Juliet schools today. Anybody with information about the person making that threat is being asked to call police. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Ticket Jones, 734, Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here for Contours. Listen, summer is but a few months away, but the work to get that beach bod back, that does begin right now. And my friends at Contours, they can help you get it back with FDA-cleared red light technology. Now, Contours is going to help you target those areas that you hate, whether it's your belly, your arms, your legs, and maybe all three. But whatever problem area you might have, they can help solve that problem. No pain, no surgery, no downtime, just results. And they're so relaxing that I usually fall asleep during my treatments. Now I'm doing them. Matt Murphy has been doing them as well. Real men and women from Franklin and all across Middle Tennessee have been checking out Contours. And yes, they've been seeing real results. And so, listen, your beach trip isn't that far away. Neither is Contours. Let Contours help you get rid of those trouble spots. And right now, the first 10 callers get a special introductory price of $99 when you call this number right now. 615-236-9960. First 10 callers right now, 615-236-9960. You get that special introductory price of $99. And remember, you lose 2 inches across the middle or it is free. Find them online, contoursllc.com, contoursllc.com. Contours, where all you've got to lose is inches. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and yes, it has been just over a year since I had lens replacement surgery at Vision for Life with Dr. Horn. I can honestly say this past year of clear vision has definitely been incredible. Now, you don't realize how much blurry vision impacts your life until it's gone. I mean, I can read my phone, I can read the computer, I can see when I'm in the shower, I can go swimming, and I can see. Life without glasses has been amazing. I can drive at night without seeing all of the halos around the lights. It's a big difference that I feel every single day. So when I tell you, my friends, to stop waiting and start living with clear vision, I'm speaking from experience. And so whether you are 18 or 80, Dr. Horn has a vision correction procedure that is right for you, for your age and for your lifestyle, and yes, your eyes. Now, for me, it was lens replacement. For you, it might be LASIK, EVO, or custom lens replacement. The procedure is quick and painless. The recovery is fast, and the results speak for themselves. So call them. 615-436-2020. Visionforlife.com is the website, visionforlife.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 615-436-2020.
Really slow this morning on 40 westbound through Lebanon, just past Lebanon Road, exit number 238. Looks like a crash in that spot this morning, and traffic very slow getting around it. Rutledge Hill, Hermitage Avenue at Middleton Street, the scene of another accident. And in fact, police are saying the roadway is closed off as there's police activity in that area as well. And Pinnacle, Clarksville Pike at Harper Road. Watch there for an accident as well. And another one just in here on eastbound 40 at the South Loop area, right at the 2440 downtown split. There's a crash. It's in the Gore, and the Gore is blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:40. What will he say? What will he say? Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, so CNN is saying that it is breaking news that President Trump says that we don't need a deal to leave Iran and for this war to be over. CNN is considering that breaking news. That's not breaking news, is it? Or am I just missing something? I mean,
say it again, just so I understand perfectly.
So CNN has been saying that no deal, and they're putting this in air quotes, no deal is necessary for the war to be finished in Iran, for us to leave Iran. CNN is covering that or treating that as it's breaking news. I don't see that that's breaking news. The president has always, sort of said that. So I don't know if they're, you and I both know the moniker breaking news has been
overused,
so abused and overused as well. But Trump says he is considering pulling the U.S. out of NATO. Maybe, Joan, it's because you and I have been on the air for 2 hours and 45 minutes now, and we've been talking about this and a lot of other things as well. But big news this morning, Donald Trump is talking about pulling out of NATO. We just got done talking to Brian about this, and Joan and I have been reporting on this since 5 o'clock this morning. This is the president. He was asked about gasoline prices. And by the way, keep an eye on the market. How do the futures look? Do you have the futures up right now, Joan?
Yeah, I do. So 7:41 here, about an hour, less than an hour to go. Dow futures plus 258, NASDAQ futures up 220. So they're still up, but they've pared their gains back a little bit this morning.
Yeah, because yesterday they were up by 1,100?
1,100.
Something like that.
And when we first started this morning, the Dow was like plus 365 or something. So they're pared back a little bit, but yeah, we're going to start off with another positive session.
All right, very good. This is Donald Trump. He was asked yesterday about the price of gas.
Today they hit $4.
We're $4, and we have a country that's not going to be throwing a nuclear weapon at us in 6 months.
But Americans are feeling the effects in the interim.
And they're also feeling a lot safer.
What is the plan to bring them back down?
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon. And they'll become tumbling down. And stock prices were up today almost to a record because they know two things. Number one, we have a safe country. We had to take a little detour because we had a madman named Khomeini who sadly is no longer with us.
So, yeah, the president calling it a little detour. By the way, it was interesting. There was they've got this representative on CNN, a Democrat, and there's a CNN poll, 31% approve of Trump's handling of the economy. I think that if all goes according to plan, and the president is saying we could be leaving within the next couple of weeks, then I think if all goes according to plan, the price of gas will eventually go back down, and so will the price of goods and services. And I think that all will be recovered by the time the midterm elections takes place. So a few things. The president and most people that I've spoken with are saying the price of gas will go down once the war is over. They say that the price of gas is determined by the replacement of the current gas in the gas station tanks. And we've been talking about this all morning long, that what I notice is that the price of gas goes up quickly when there's an issue. It doesn't always come down as quickly, but unfortunately, that's the way that things go. Things do need to get back to normal, though, and I believe that they will. The Strait of Hormuz needs to open back up as well. One of the things that the president has said is that, you know what, we've done our job. And so we're going to do what we did. We've incapacitated Iran's ability to manufacture nuclear weapons. We have dealt with all of the uranium one way or another. And, you know, whether or not we have a regime that we can deal with or not, it sounds like we do currently have a regime that we can deal with in Iran. We killed the top two layers. We're down to a third layer. The president's saying the Strait of Hormuz, you know what, NATO countries, you deal with it because you're not willing to help us. And by the way, we may be leaving NATO as well, at least if you listen to Donald Trump and Marco Rubio. I've got that audio for you coming up next, but we are waking up to probably the best news that we've heard in a long time since this war started, and that is that we are looking at leaving in the next 2 to 3 weeks, leaving Iran. It is 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Avoided and rejected any.
7:45 on Super Talk. Sorry about that. 7:45 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. That is my bad. And that is Marco Rubio just wanting to chime in. As far as your weather goes, real quick, cloudy, breezy, very warm. The temperature approaching the record high of 86 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. He was on with Hannity last night talking about Iran, leaving Iran. Of course, they are famous for their fake negotiations. This is something I've been screaming about for a long time, where they just try to run out the clock. This is what Marco Rubio said about dealing with and negotiating with Iran.
We can't ignore that for 47 years they've avoided and rejected any effort to negotiate. That doesn't mean we're going to stop trying. The President Trump always would rather have negotiations than war. And he will always, we gave him 60 days early last year. We gave him additional time to negotiate after Midnight Hammer again earlier this year. But each and every time those things have proved fruitless. But we're going to keep trying. There are messages being exchanged. There are talks going on. There is the potential for direct meeting at some point. We're always going to be open for that. But what President Trump is not going to allow is he's not going to allow fake negotiations to be used as a delay tactic, to buy more time, to buy themselves space. That's what he's not going to allow.
So that is Marco Rubio. And one of the things that Trump has said is that the Iranians will take like weeks and weeks and weeks to come back with an answer to a proposal, and it's usually an incomplete answer. And so there's no really great way to negotiate with Iran, because basically what they do is they stall, and that's what they do. And as they stall, they continue to do what they're doing with uranium enrichment. And I've been mentioning it, I mean, for weeks and months now, probably years, to be honest. But most of the experts say that Iran is now to 60% enrichment. And it is a very easy jump from 60 to 90% uranium enrichment, at which time they can make a nuclear weapon. So, yeah, that's why they're stalling. The hard part with nuclear enrichment is getting from like 0 to 20 to 30%. That's the hard part. But once they've done all of the atom separation, and they've got all the scientists in place, and they've got all the equipment in place and all of that, that's really the harder part of enriching uranium. More from Marco Rubio.
You know, the Biden administration spent 4 years trying to resurrect the Obama nuclear deal with Iran. They spent 4 years trying to talk to the Iranians, and they strung them along for 4 years. And I think they thought they could string this administration along for 4 years, but they're not going to string along President Trump. He's not going to fall for their games. He hasn't fallen for their games. So we'll always be prepared to talk, but we're not going to allow that, or the failure of talks, to impede our ability to defend this country and to protect this country from a real threat. It's a threat to the world. It's not just a threat to America. The difference is President Trump is the only leader in the world with both the capability and, frankly, the guts to do something about it.
I mean, Rubio is absolutely right. And here's the thing. If we do end the war in 2 to 3 weeks, Joan, what do you think about this? If we do end the war in 2 to 3 weeks, and we have, to use the administration's favorite term, if we have obliterated their ability to, launch long-range missiles, and we have been able to, take over their uranium, or we've destroyed their ability to enrich uranium, there is a different regime in place, maybe perhaps a more moderate regime. We'll have to deal with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, but whatever. So but if that's the case, then I think that this whole thing, and then gas prices go down, well, then now we're talking about a successful war against Iran. And I think that would look very good for the president in the midterm elections if everybody seems to be like, okay, we're going to take a deep breath, we're going to look back, and we're going to look around. And if everything seems relatively normal in Iran, they're not killing tens of thousands of people, and all of a sudden they just seem more moderate, I think that's going to be a huge win for Donald Trump.
Yeah, but what if, and I hate to go here, but what if they don't reform? What if they do start once again killing people en masse, making women wear burqas, oppressing women to the point where they can't even get an education, or if they're killed, if their burqa comes off a little bit. What if they have a hidden stash of nukes somewhere that we're not aware of? Like, what happens? Do we go back in? Does this all begin over again? That's where I'm concerned.
The president has said we'll go back in and bomb the hell out of them again. I mean, that's what he said.
Yeah.
But remember also, because you bring up some really good points, and part of that is the president has said we've done all that we need to do.
Now the people need to step up.
Now the people have to step up, but we've taken away their ability to manufacture these weapons, these missiles, and we've obliterated their military. We've killed their Navy, their Air Force. He's done all of those things, and so that's why when they started talking about what does mission accomplished look like, well, it looks like this. And they started talking about the things that they've already done, as opposed to putting ground troops in there and really trying to root out, all of these, what's the right way to put them? These radicals that are in the towns and the villages. They're going to have to figure that out for themselves. There's only so much we can do. So I guess the question is, have we fulfilled what we went in to fulfill, or with the president and Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio and everybody saying, these were the 4 or 5 items that were on our checklist, and we've done every single one of them. Now it's time for us to go home. Ultimately, the question is going to be, what happens in a year, 2 years, 3 years, and what does Iran look like? Because remember, these kinds of military actions, you don't really know of their success or failure for years down the line. So you bring up some great points about what if they've stashed some uranium. And I guarantee you, Joan, that there's going to be people within Iran, because we've been talking about the various groups inside of Iran, and are we speaking to and negotiating with the right groups? There will be groups that will say, there goes Donald Trump, there goes the Americans, and guess what? We have our stash of uranium. That's going to happen. And so then the question is, okay, well, do you believe them, or are they simply saber rattling like they always do? You want to hear some more Marco Rubio? Here's a little bit more Marco Rubio talking about us leaving Iran.
There's no use for 60% enriched uranium. I know we're getting a little technical here, but there's no use for it. You don't use it to create electricity. You don't use it to create anything for medical purposes. The only reason to have 60% enriched uranium is to be able to enrich it to 90% and put it in a bomb. That's the only reason to have it. Iran has no reason to have it. They should give it up. They've been given multiple opportunities to give it up. They've had multiple countries, including countries they consider friendly to them, approach them and say, turn it over to us. They continue to refuse to do so.
Yep. I mean, you can't trust them, so you got to kill them. And we've killed a lot of them. All right, it is 7:54. on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And Joan's got the news coming up at 8. Joan.
Yeah, President Trump has just made an announcement on his Truth Social post about Iran. We'll bring you that message coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Think of Joan, 7:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Mark Spain Real Estate. Skip the spring cleaning and sell your home hassle-free with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Dan Mandis here. You know, the spring real estate market is in full spring on this first day of April. You can skip the hassle of listing your home on the market and sell your home on your terms with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. No showings, no open houses, just a really strong all-cash offer, and you can close in as little as 21 days. Now, one of their clients, Caitlin, said, and this is a quote, "Working with Mark Spain Real Estate was so easy, and they exceeded my expectations. It was a very competitive real estate market, and yes, they helped us accomplish our goals. I would 100% work with Mark Spain Real Estate again." Now, Mark Spain Real Estate has been helping homeowners just like Caitlin sell their homes for 30 years. They have served over 72,000 satisfied clients. Call them 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD, and find out what the guaranteed offer on your home would be. There's no obligation. Find them online, markspain.com, to get that guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com, and start packing. 7:59 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN is funny, Joan.
Yes.
I was listening to that traffic report,
Yeah.
and it sounded like she said blue hole.
Isn't it Blue Hole Road?
It is blue hole, but it sounded like she said blue hole, and I thought she was talking about like a frisky Smurf.
I thought Byron Noem had put on some blue makeup.
You had me worried there.
It's what it sounded like to me. I don't know. Am I wrong? Apparently I'm wrong. I asked Sam during the break, I said, what the heck did she say? Did she say blue hole? But no, she said blue hole, apparently. I know that's what it's whatever. Anyway.
Never had to aggressively mouth the word hole so much before.
Yeah. Sam was like, no, Dan. Sam was like, well, Dan, no, it's actually Blue Hole Road, and that's all fine, well, and good. It's been a long morning so far. Is it just me?
No, it's been a long morning.
Okay, it's been a long morning.
Yep.
Very good. Can you tell me what it is that CNN has, or that Donald Trump has put on his True Social?
No, I'm going to tell you coming up in the news.
Okay, that means I got to hang out and listen to the news.
Listen to my news.
All right.
New concept.
Very good. By the way, love all the comments. If you want to watch us on YouTube, please do. Watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, 997WTN.com, X. You can watch it any time of the day or night. And also, you can do the downloads. If you want to do the Dan download, you can download us on all the usual places for all of your listening pleasure. It is 8 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning, now 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump has just announced that Iran is asking the U.S. for a ceasefire. In a Truth Social post, he says the request comes from Iran's new regime president, although he doesn't name who that is. The president says they'll consider it when the Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear. President Trump is reportedly strongly considering pulling the U.S. out of NATO. Britain's Telegraph newspaper said that the president is angered after other members of the alliance failed to join in the effort to stop Iran's nuclear ambitions. That news is not moving UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
Pressure on me and others, whatever the noise, I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make. And that's why I've been absolutely clear that this is not our war, and we're not going to get dragged into it.
President Trump telling the Telegraph that the military alliance is a paper tiger. Locally, the investigation into last week's school bus crash involving a Clarksville middle school is underway. The NTSB says it'll be looking specifically at three things: the bus driver's actions, passenger protection, and oversight in the school's transportation operations. Channel 4's Marius Payton.
In a case like Friday's crash, looking at the injuries and official causes of death will provide insight into that impact. The NTSB will also examine the severity of the injuries based on where everyone was sitting. And looking at a rough seating chart will give them a better understanding of how passengers were affected by the impact.
Of course, 2 of those students were killed. Channel 4 is reporting that family and friends say the bus driver, Sabrina Ducksworth, had been having family problems and had just broken up with her girlfriend. Got a heads up for drivers in Smyrna. Starting this hour and all through the day, Rock Springs Road is closed from Cooks Lane through city limits while crews remove storm debris and a large tree. You're advised to use a different route for today. And there's new data released on retail sales just moments ago. CNBC says the February numbers beat expectations.
Better than expected, up 0.6%. That will be the strongest since June of last year, when it was up 1%. If you look at July of last year, it was exactly the same, up 0.6.
And another report shows private sector job growth grew 62,000 in March. That was far more than expected by economists. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We're looking at Dow futures up 200 points at the moment. NASDAQ futures up 158. The S&P futures gaining 28. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got an accident out near the airport this morning. It's on 40 westbound at Donaldson Pike. It's in the right shoulder, but traffic slowing down around it. Another accident, Antioch on 24 westbound. It's before Haywood Lane, and it's in the right shoulder. You've got an accident as well on Briley Parkway westbound in Whites Creek. It's in the Gore. It's right past Brick Church Pike. Also this morning, closed on Hermitage Avenue at Middleton Street in Rutledge Hill. Police activity in that area. A crash in Pinnacle on Clarksville Pike at Harper Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806, Nashville's Morning News. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, Joan, this is interesting headline from the Daily Mail.
What's that?
Trump says Iran's new leader has asked for a ceasefire. He's considering it if Hormuz is open, free, and clear. So there's some people that are out there online who are not believing what the president is saying about Iran asking for a ceasefire. So we'll have to wait and see. I would find it a little interesting if, the president is talking about leaving in 2 to 3 weeks and then Iran asks for a ceasefire, because it's like you would have thought they would have just tried to wait it out.
Yeah.
But if they are indeed asking for a ceasefire, then that is obviously great news, because that gives Donald Trump the upper hand.
Yes.
Here's what he said. Let's see. Do you have the president's full? This is just breaking. So do you have the president's full
True social announcement?
True social announcement?
I do.
What did he say?
He said, Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire in all caps. We will consider when Hormuz Strait is open, free, and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages, President DJT.
You know what? I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love the fact that he's not, being conciliatory. He's not saying, we'll consider it. He's saying, you know what? We're going to keep bombing your butts until you open up the Strait of Hormuz. And that's the way you do it. By the way.
Yes.
It's clearly a victory if Iran is calling for a ceasefire, if that's the case. And I do believe that the president wouldn't lie about that. You know what's interesting, Joan? You and I talked about this. It's interesting, right? I keep saying that word, but how you and I, like every morning, we've been kind of dissecting this whole thing since it began. And a lot of the things that we've noticed have actually, and we've said, have turned out to be correct. One of the things that I've noticed fairly recently here in the last couple of days is that, remember we were talking about how you would have the president say things and then you would have some of these other groups in Iran basically saying, no, that's not really happening. Remember that? That hasn't happened in the last couple of days. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Where these mysterious groups in Iran that were saying that, the president was lying and there were no negotiations going on, that hasn't happened in the last couple of days. So it sounds like the president is speaking to the right people. Some of those other dissenting voices in Iran, I have not heard them. I have not read them. Maybe they're out there and they're just not getting the play that they were getting. But if they open up that Strait of Hormuz, do you know how huge that's going to be?
Oh, yeah.
Because all those people that have been out there talking about how, a lot of these people on the left, and we all had our concerns. I still have my concerns. You expressed some concerns in the last hour. But if we've got to the right people, and if they do actually open up the Strait of Hormuz, and they could do that like that. Yeah. I mean, they can figure out, okay, where's all those mines that we have planted in the Strait of Hormuz? We need to, take those mines and do whatever you do with mines to get them not to go off, disarm them, whatever it is. And they get those ships flowing by end of day or end of week. That is going to be huge.
So ABC's Jonathan Karl says that President Trump called him, had a little conversation with him. And he says that the president told him that he's recently been in touch with the new Iranian leadership as he begins to suggest the U.S. is close to finishing the job. So here's what he had to say about that earlier this morning.
The president told me his team has been talking with the Speaker of the Iranian parliament, who just a few days ago was taunting Trump on social media, posting, "Sad, but this is what happens when your leaders put others ahead of hardworking and ordinary Americans." But Trump telling me he's toned it down a lot. He's much better. The president then added what sounded like a threat to the man he says he is talking to. "We know where he lives. Let's put it that way."
You know, he's done that before.
He has.
You know that famous story, who was it? I think it was was it Afghanistan?
Oh, yeah.
It was Afghanistan
Yeah.
where the story was that he had basically had a file, and he pulls out a picture of the dude's house.
Yeah.
And he says, that's right. It was if one American gets hurt or killed in the pullout or whatever it was, we know where you live. That's the way that Trump negotiates. That's what Trump does. And I love that he does that because...
Well, Jonathan Karl, however, had to do that little... Well, you know, he was calling him this just a week ago, and now he thinks he's okay. Jonathan Karl is a dreadful human being. And
do you know this from personal experience?
Just from listening to him through the years.
Okay.
He disguises what he's doing as reporting when what he's doing is making commentary about, President Trump.
Well, isn't that what everybody does?
Yeah.
Oh, we're nothing but a bunch of journalists. But anyway, you know what? Trump obviously thought enough of Jonathan Karl to call him on the phone.
Yeah.
I mean, can you
the
imagine?
President will do that. He'll call even people he doesn't like, and he doesn't like Jonathan Karl. I can tell you that.
No.
But he'll call even people he doesn't like because he wants to be transparent. He wants for everybody to report on the things that he's saying, and he knows that if he's only calling Fox News, you'll never hear what he has to say.
Do you remember Jonathan Karl? Joan did this whole thing about and this was a couple of days ago, maybe a week ago now, where he was talking about the fact that Trump is the only president in history where you could just call him up and he picks up the phone.
Yep.
And Jonathan Karl is like, that has never happened. So you talk about the transparency of the Trump administration, very transparent. And if he's also talking to the likes of Jonathan Karl, how ticked off do they have to be over there on Fox and Friends? Like, he picked up the phone and he called Jonathan Karl and not Fox and Friends. What is wrong with him? But, the president has said often that they don't like Fox News. But you're right. I mean, he's been on Fox News, but I think that you're right. The president wants to reach as many different outlets as he possibly can to make sure that the story and his word and his narrative gets out. And so I love the fact that he called Jonathan Karl, despite the fact that, as Joan Jones says, he is a dreadful human being. But you know what? Trump recognizes that even if you're an enemy, and the president has been calling that guy, apparently, according to Jonathan Karl, his enemy, but even if he's negotiating with his enemy, Donald Trump understands that. He understands that if you're the guy that I got to talk to, then you're the guy that I got to talk to, and you can hate me and I can hate you, but you know what? We got to work together to end this. And so if we can come to a mutually beneficial deal, then let's do it. Even if I think you're a scumbag and I want to blow you into a million pieces, if you can help me get a better deal for America, and if you can help me protect the American people, even if I'm dealing with a scumbag, fine. You're a scumbag, but let's come to a deal. That's what I love about Donald Trump. He would much rather, I guarantee you, Joan, he would much rather blow that guy into a billion pieces. But he's the guy that can open the Strait of Hormuz and lower the gasoline prices for us.
Yep.
So this is an exciting day, actually.
It really is. I mean, stuff is happening in real time. We're waiting right now for the president to leave the White House and make the short trip over to the Supreme Court. So he'll be there very shortly as he watches the arguments for and against the 14th Amendment and how it's used here in the U.S. So, and that's a historical moment that no president has ever sat in on arguments for the Supreme Court. So this man, I mean, he is like you need duct tape because he's just doing everything so fast.
Yep. Birthright citizenship, and I've seen and I've done so many interviews on this. We've talked about it ad nauseum. I don't feel like there's anything really new to talk about except that President Trump is going to watch the Supreme Court discuss it. But there's no doubt that birthright citizenship, as I said to Brian Wilson an hour ago, that has been so abused.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, especially by the Chinese. We've all heard of birthing. Is it birthing tourism? I think is what they call it.
Yeah.
Where you got these, these women from China. They come into our country and they have their babies, and so now all of a sudden you've got these babies that are now American citizens. They have American citizenship, and they take advantage of us. And that's something that has been going on for a long time, whether we're talking about the Chinese, whether we're talking about people coming across our southern border, pregnant women coming across our southern border. I mean, it can go on and on about that. But I hope the president is victorious in that. There's a lot of skepticism. We'll have to see what happens. I would love it if President Trump started to heckle the liberals on the Supreme Court.
It would be kind of fun to watch.
You know what? Only President Trump could get himself kicked out of a Supreme Court hearing, whatever. But I think it's going to be fun. How long do you think he's going to last in that argument? Because I mean, these things go on for like hours,
and they're very law technical. You know, they are citing previous cases which we're not familiar with, and certain tenets of law that we're not really familiar with. The nuances. So, no, I don't think he's going to last very long. It'll be very boring, but certainly, just him being there, like I said, it's trolling. He is trolling the Supreme Court to say, hey, I'm watching you, got my eyes on you.
Do you know, the last thing I'm going to say, because we got to go to traffic, but do you know what would be epic if Donald Trump started in real time trolling the Supreme Court on True Social? That would be funny.
Like tweeting or texting at the very same time that he's watching.
Yep.
Yeah.
He could do like Ketanji Brown Jackson. He could do KBJ.
Still
LOL.
doesn't know what a woman is.
Yeah, still doesn't know what a woman is. Whatever. All right, got to go. 8:18. Time to check the roads. Joan on WTN.
Yeah. So we still have. Sorry about that. We still have that accident out at the airport. It's on 40 westbound at Donaldson Pike. It's in the right shoulder. Also, 24 westbound Antioch. It's jammed up around the area of Haywood Lane, and that's because of a crash that's on the right shoulder, just still very slow around it. Rutledge Hill, Hermitage Avenue at Middleton Street. It's police activity, and it looks like the northbound lanes of Middleton remain blocked off. The southbound at the moment is open. Clarksville Pike in Pinnacle. You've got a crash at Harper Road, and one more in Whites Creek on Briley Parkway westbound at Brick Church Pike. There's a crash in the Gore. The Gore is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right. Thank you, Joan. Appreciate it. And people are pointing out 0478. Nobody uses Truth Social. Do you use Truth Social, Joan?
I monitor Truth. I don't post on it, but I do monitor it because the president will go there to make announcements like he did this morning.
I don't think he is legally allowed to use anything else. Like, I think that it's part of his thing. Yeah. And I think that he invested in it. Probably other people invested in it as well. So now he is forced to use it. By the way, I like that. I like what Trevor has to say. Trevor said, and by the way, Super Text line is open, very active this morning. Thank you. 615-737-9986. Trevor says, hey, you tell people to leave Iran, then we make it into a glass parking lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds like you said, that's a good play. And that does make a lot of sense. But you know what? If you leave all those people, right? I mean, Iran has how many people? Is it 20 million?
It's a lot.
It's a lot. It's millions.
Country.
Millions of people in Iran. So obviously you don't want to kill a bunch of innocent people. They've been through enough. Eric, by the way, talking about the story that I was talking about, which was when Trump was negotiating, I think it was with the Taliban, and he pulled out a file folder with the guy's, a picture of the guy's house on it, and he said, I know where you live if any of our guys get hurt. Wesley Hunt's one of his favorite moments with President Trump, and that is how I heard that story was through Wesley Hunt, which is a guy that I really like. All right, it is 8:21. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Watch us on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, 99.7 WTN.com. You know what I'm noticing, Joan?
What's that?
Is that throughout the day, I'm getting notifications on my own social media, like Facebook Messenger and that kind of thing, from people that start responding to things that you and I spoke about like way earlier in the morning because they're watching the show on delay. And half the time, I don't even know what the heck they're talking about because I forget what we talk about.
Yes.
So, but that tells you that you can watch the show anytime, day or night, whenever it's convenient for you. Download the show as well. Apple Podcasts and wherever else you get your audio downloads, you can listen to it, watch it at your leisure. All right, it is 8:22 on Super Talk. 80 million, apparently, 0478. 80 million is how many people, 92 million, Ronald says, is how many people are in Iran. All right, so a lot of people are in Iran. It is 8:22 on Super Talk. Now, Joan's got the news coming up at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here at 8:30, we've got more on what President Trump has to say about Iran and what he's doing tonight when he makes his speech before the U.S. It's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Let me give you a website that is going to come in handy, painisbad.com. Now, that is a website you can go to. You can check out all of the different things that the Wellness Institute of Nashville can do for you. So if you suffer from back and neck pain, if you have slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes, all that can be a past memory because they can help you at the Wellness Institute of Nashville with non-surgical spinal decompression therapy. It is the best you are ever going to find, and these days it is actually a lot cheaper. That's right, 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression for you, listeners to Super Talk 99.7. Now, what you want to do, you want to call them right now, mention WTN, you get that big discount, 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. The website, again, painisbad.com. Don't forget, 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression. They can help you at the Wellness Institute of Nashville like they helped me. By the way, they've got all kinds of other pieces of equipment and technology as well. Robotic lasers, anti-gravity machines, cryo machines, stem cell stimulation machines, all at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. You get that discount, 47% off, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. Window Nation, spring is here. It is a great time to open your windows. Now, if your windows don't easily open, if they leak, if they're broken, maybe they need some repainting again, well, check out Window Nation because they are the pros at energy efficient windows. And right now they're offering them to you at a great price. Window Nation's the more you buy, the more you save sale is going on right now. You could save up to 50% off all windows for your home, and you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. That is huge, especially during these uncertain times. Now, I've got 4 Window Nation windows in my home, including 2 in my all-important basement studio. They've got an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and yours truly, over 45,000 5-star reviews and a 96% customer satisfaction rating. So check them out today, windownation.com. And don't forget that great deal. The more you buy, the more you save sale going on right now. 50% off all window styles for your home. You could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. That is huge. Find them online, windownation.com. windownation.com. $829 Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and appreciate you listening. And let's see here. So you got Chris Hand, 9 to 12, Chad Benson, noon to 3, Murphy Show, 3 to 7. There's going to be a lot of fun between now and the end of Matt's show at 7. We've got Trump. This is why I love, Joan, that we're live and local.
Mm-hmm.
So we get to find out how Trump is going to behave in the Supreme Court. And we're also going to find out, you know, what happens with Iran asking for a ceasefire. So we've got a lot to go between now and the end of Matt's show at 7 o'clock. And you just don't know what's going to happen on this April Fool's Day. So that's also something to consider.
Are you hinting that there may be something that
some hijinks and shenanigans on this radio station?
Yeah.
I don't know. There could be. Because, you know, if there's one station where there's some hijinks and shenanigans possible, it is this one.
Yeah. Well, if there's one show, like what show would you pick?
Murphy. Murphy.
Yeah.
You don't even have to finish that sentence. It's Murphy. And we say that with all the love and respect that we have for Matt Murphy on this show. 8:30 on WTN.
Good morning. Now 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Any moment now, President Trump is expected to arrive at the storied steps of the Supreme Court. He's there to see history in action.
Trump is asking the justices to uphold his day one executive order eliminating birthright citizenship under a novel interpretation of the 14th Amendment and requiring parents prove their own legal status before citizenship is granted to their children, an interpretation that has been struck down by every lower court that has taken up the issue. Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
Murfreesboro police are warning residents about a phone scam that targets them. It appears that call is from the police chief or an official from the DMV, and they tell residents they committed a traffic violation and they owe money to clear the charge. Well, police have some advice for what to do if you receive one of these calls.
It's important that you never give sensitive information over the phone, like where you live, your social security number, or any banking information. If one of those scammers call you, it's best to just hang up and block that number.
That's Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter. We are going back to the moon. Well, actually around the moon, but either way, it's the first lunar encounter in over a half century.
As with any space mission, liftoff depends upon the weather, the people, and hundreds of thousands of high-tech components all working in harmony to get a rocket the size of a skyscraper off the ground. And at least for now,
all indications are right now we are in excellent shape.
Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. If this launch is scrubbed, NASA will have 2-hour windows each day through April 6th. But after that, the next chance won't come until April 30th. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Stock futures, our stocks are now trading. It's 8:32 and stocks are trading, and it looks like we're getting a nice positive start to the trading session. The Dow Jones Industrials are plus 366 right now. NASDAQ up 180 and the S&P 500 index plus 41 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN
That,
News.
Chris, is an inappropriate question. I can't believe that I've been asked, Joan, what I've been asked by Chris Hand.
Like you're surprised by an inappropriate question from Chris?
Very
Hand?
inappropriate question. I'm going to Human Resources if we actually had one in this building.
Does it have anything to do with bimboification?
No.
Oh.
No, but I can't wait to talk to Chris about bimboification. The whole Kristi Noem thing with the husband.
Bimbofication.
Is that bimbofication? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's not. It's bimbofication.
I know,
Bimbo.
I just wanted to make you second guess everything.
Well done.
That's easy to do with me, Chris. All right. Got a lot more straight ahead on Super Talk. Have you seen the photos of Mr. Kristi Noem with the balloons? Have you seen the photos?
I've seen them. I've seen them.
How does that make you feel, Chris? Does it make you feel awkward?
It's a little weird.
It's a little weird. I find it funny. I
looked at it yesterday and I was like, I'm probably not gonna touch this news story. I feel like somebody is out to destroy Kristi Noem. I don't know who it is, but somebody is. And I saw it. I was like, I'm probably not gonna talk about it just because it's weird. And then I'm driving in and Dan's going in on it. So I was like, oh, okay.
He's going all in.
Listen, it's a legit news story, and I'm actually part of my fascination. Well, I got to do the commercial. But anyway, we'll talk about what my fascination is with this, and it's not with the whole bimbo part of this. Bimbofication.
Of course not.
Just a quick note here. The president and his cars have departed the White House.
Yes.
And they are now on their way to the Supreme Court, just to keep everyone updated what's happening.
Okay, very good.
This is so exciting for me.
Now, listen, if there's any problems with the driveway over at the Supreme Court, USS can fix it.
Oh, I see.
Although I don't know if they service folks out there in Washington, D.C.
They're the exact kind of company President Trump would hire. Under budget, ahead of schedule.
That's exactly right. That's what we love, and great Americans. That's what we love about United Structural Systems. USS, as I said, I don't think they service Washington, D.C. because they are your Tennessee connection to all things foundation, waterproofing as well. Gotta love United Structural Systems. They're not just another repair company. They live here, they work here, and they understand exactly how Tennessee's soil and weather and homes behave. So you can trust that they're going to do you right at United Structural Systems, like they've been helping folks out around here since 1994. Serving homeowners across Tennessee for over 30 years, more than 30,000 local homeowners have trusted USS. That experience means they've seen every type of problems as Tennesseans, our homes face. Now, I've had them out to the house a couple of different times, as a matter of fact, and they really do know how to read the signs that you've got problems. You know, they like to say that every crack, every leak tells a story, and USS knows what those signs mean. They pinpoint problems at the source, foundation settlement, basement water intrusion, crawl space moisture issues, concrete leveling, and a whole lot more. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com.
Hey, that's me. All right, so we have a crash in Jolton this morning. It's on eastbound 24, right at Whites Creek Pike, and traffic is jammed around it. That's exit 35 there on 24 eastbound. Be careful. Bell Road in Nashville at Blue Hole Road, there's a crash involving injuries. 40 westbound in Hermitage, watch it there. The westbound lanes before Stewart's Ferry Pike, exit 219. There's another crash reported there. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I mean, look, I didn't want to talk about bimboication, Joan, but then I asked Chris, did you bring anything for this segment? And you know what he said? I got nothing.
It's not true.
Leaving us with nothing to talk about but bimboification and the incredibly inappropriate question that Chris Hand asked me when he walked into the radio studio.
It's not true. I said we could do your bimbo story, and then we can naturally radio segue into my Nancy Pelosi story.
So Chris Hand asked me, what did you want to tell the listening audience the incredibly inappropriate comment that you made to me when I walked in?
I didn't find it inappropriate at all. I walked in, I noticed something, and I said, Dan, did you get laid?
And I did. I have a lei that you get in Hawaii when people say aloha.
Hawaii,
yes. You ever been to Hawaii?
No.
Joan, you ever been to Hawaii?
I have not.
By the end of your trip to Hawaii, you'll want to take a shotgun to the next person that says aloha. It is like, enough already. So, yeah, I had to film a little video.
Did you get laid there?
In Hawaii?
Yeah.
It's a long time ago, Joan. I don't know. Probably not, to be honest.
Nobody put any flowers around your neck?
Oh, I'm sorry. Shut up, Joan.
President's motorcade has arrived at the Supreme Court.
Oh, good.
Just
Yes,
thought I'd
let's
let you know.
change the subject. I'm taking this damn thing off now. I put on the lei that I was using for the.
Yeah.
I was doing a thing.
So
Anyway.
a congresswoman from Nevada was very upset about President Trump going to the Supreme Court, and her name is Susie Lee. Do you want to know what she tweeted?
Sure.
What did she tweet?
She said, "So effing effed up. I'll pray they F him to his face. Sorry I say F a lot these days." Democrat Congresswoman Susie Lee.
She seems nice.
She then deleted the tweet.
Listen, I don't know why people delete tweets.
It does, like, the internet lives forever, man.
Yeah. And why? And listen, if that's how you feel, then, let your effing freak flag fly.
Okay.
More F.
I love
more F words.
I love the alliteration.
I kind of heard a little bit. All right, real quick. So we did talk about the situation with Kristi Noem's husband and his whole situation with the bimboication. So you really weren't going to talk about it? You think somebody's out to destroy Kristi Noem? I think if anybody's out to destroy Kristi Noem, it's her husband.
I think, well, and you can make the argument it's Kristi Noem herself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was like a hit piece after she had got let go where they called her husband a cuck in the New York Post. And I remember like diving into the author to find out like what's her deal. And she was just like a sad pet mom who probably was upset that Kristi Noem was shooting dogs in gravel pits.
Oh, sure.
So.
And she lived alone. She had only cats, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
She was a wine aunt with cats.
Yeah.
What?
A wine aunt.
What is a wine aunt?
An aunt with no husband and no children of her own. Just a box of wine in the fridge.
Okay, got it.
That's what she gets to go home to.
But I think the Brian Noem story is an actual story, and it is a bizarre one. But I don't get how the most thing that I'm interested in, the thing that fascinates me the most, is that there is the talk about how, he did leave Kristi Noem vulnerable to blackmail. How is it possible that China or Russia didn't see this? Like, that the Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin is calling his people in and saying, how did we miss this?
We missed the prosthetic breastises.
Yes. Those things are huge. Did you know this was a thing?
No, I didn't know.
By the way, for people...
Like, they're comically large. Like, do you remember the teacher in Canada that was cross-dressing?
Yeah.
And would show up, and it was like...
Yeah, it's cartoon.
Two watermelons under there.
Yeah.
So he had the same fetish, right? He probably had the same fetish, but he was playing it out in front of children, which makes him, like, even worse than Brian Noem.
Yeah. And it's for people that don't know what in the world we're talking about, Kristi Noem's husband, Brian Noem, was outed by the Daily Mail. He likes to cross-dress and chat with online fetish models who have exaggerated body parts, i.e.
Do you have a picture that you can put on the stream?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
I mean, yes, it's if you're watching us on YouTube, you got this up, RJ? All right, so RJ's got it up. Why don't you describe the photograph there, Chris?
He looks very smug, very, very proud of himself.
He's got balloons underneath his shirt.
Yes.
And the tip of the balloon are...
The nipples.
The nipples.
That's
exactly
the
right.
Daily Mail says that face that he's making is a pout.
No. There was another pouting photo. There was another... He was literally...
Gnome.
Pouting gnome. Yeah, and, but see, it's my contention. He's a smart guy. Like, I believe that he's a smart guy. He runs his own insurance agency. He's got a lot of money. as I explained earlier, when I said I think that he wanted to get caught, I mean, here's a guy that is talking to some of these fetish people, and he's using his own phone, right? He doesn't have a burner phone. He's giving them $25,000 in total and expecting that, you know, his wife's not going to notice 25 grand missing from the bank account, although Jones says that maybe he did it through a work bank account or a business bank account. Fine, well and good. But the other thing was he was sending pictures of his face.
Yeah.
Like
Internet 101.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no expert on these things, but I know enough to know that if you're up to hijinks and shenanigans online, you don't send pictures of your face, obviously. And so, and he's also calling these women on his family phone, not a burner phone. Again, it's just common sense.
I mean, to your point, your wife is a governor at the very least when this is going on, and then the DHS secretary. Not a good look.
Not a good look at all. So it is what it is.
People are saying on the text line that she needs to divorce her husband. She deserves better. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like they both deserve to divorce each other.
Yes.
An amicable split.
I guess. She's had a lot of work too, by the way. Kristi Noem. We talked about that earlier. Holy mackerel.
A bit of a glow up, the kids say.
Yes.
A bit. Yeah, she looks unrecognizable.
Also, she's buff. Like, she does a lot of working out. She's buff.
Yeah, well, you know, she's got some extra time on her hands now, so she can. All right, Nancy Pelosi,
well, wasn't that the accusation?
What?
That she was working out a lot with Corey Lewandowski?
Oh, but that's a different kind of working out.
Something was getting worked out.
Yeah.
What? Anyway, so what do you got, Chris? Oh, and by the way, the other thing, just real quickly, since you brought up the Corey Lewandowski thing, maybe the reason why she stepped out was because dude was so weird. Now, there's no excuse. My other comment was, okay, well, maybe he started acting out because she was stepping out. So he just decided, okay, I'm going to let my freak flag fly.
Glad you say it slow.
Is that what they said?
They used to back in the 80s.
Did they?
Anyway, maybe he just decided, I'm going to go ahead and be me, and because she's doing what she wants to do.
Said, I'll be stunning and brave.
Yeah, he'll be stunning and brave and put balloons under his shirt. Sure, whatever. So, you know, you think the marriage lasts?
I do, actually.
Do you?
I do.
Wow. Joan?
I've read that they, maybe up until now, I don't know, are a faithful couple. They rely on their faith. There's,
wait, what?
That.
Yeah, I know, but still, there's always hope that these things can be brought before the Father and resolved with the Father's help.
Amen.
60-54, if she was a Democrat, this would be perfectly normal. That's actually, 60-54 is actually right.
Yeah.
This would be a campaign ad if you were a Democrat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Todd says he wanted to get caught. I don't know.
Well, if you're not, if you're that open about it.
Listen.
Maybe you did want to get caught.
4899 brings up a great point. Why is it perfectly acceptable to like big butts, but you can't like big?
Go on.
I'm not going to go on.
Yeah, well,
I'm not following.
I think that that's one thing. It's that he dressed up doing it.
Yes, well, the whole thing is weird because it's so cartoon-like.
How do we know that Kristi Noem, when she's with Corey Lewandowski, doesn't put on a fake mustache? You know? What? She could be doing the exact same thing. She could be just as weird. They could be having fetish role plays all the time. How do we know? That could have been why they fell in love.
Perhaps in high school 34 years ago. Sure. Anyway, so... Oh, Mario says, Dan, aloha also means goodbye. That's why they tell you aloha all the time in Hawaii.
They're trying to get you to leave.
I wanted to leave after all of that. Anyway, go ahead with Nancy Pelosi.
Well, okay. I'm old enough to remember when speaking like this was treasonous. It could get you sued. It could find you in hot water. You could lose your job. You could be banned online. But as soon as the Democrats have an opportunity to do this, they jump in and say the elections are going to be hacked. And that's what Nancy Pelosi said the other day, that the Republicans may try to creep into the technology and create a false count.
All right, I've got that audio. I've got stray audio. Oh, this is so frustrating.
What? How do you have stray audio?
I don't know. It's coming through somewhere. I've got stray audio, and I can't figure out where it is.
It's because Dan keeps 35 windows open on the PC.
You know what?
You know what I do when I get in?
What?
I don't even try to X out the window. I just go down to the bottom and I say close group because there's too many to get through.
You know what, Chris? There's a time and a place, and this is not the time and a place where I'm trying to figure out where my stray audio is coming from so that we can continue with the bit.
If you're watching us on YouTube TV, Super Talk TV, you're noticing Dan getting increasingly anxious.
I'm starting to perspire.
He's sweating a little bit. He's going to need a new scally cap after this segment.
No, I'm good. I'm good. So this is Nancy Pelosi talking about how they're going to what?
Hack the election.
Hack the election.
We always have concerns, but with this president and these Republicans who have no commitment to the rule of law and doing things the appropriate way, we're ready. We have three purposes now. One is to win the midterms. Two is to make sure the elections are safe. And three, to tell people what we will do when we win. And that is the mission. There's so many things that you can do to protect the election, and they are being done, whether it's litigation or legislation or just mobilization, communication, all of that. But in addition to that, we have to be on guard as to what they may try to do to the technology. They may try to creep into the technology and create a false count.
How do you guard against that?
That's a challenge.
Yeah.
They may try to creep into the technology. I like how she said, we got some things to do. We got to tell everybody what we'll do when we win. You've already told us you'll impeach the president.
Well, they're going to try to arrest some people.
Yeah,
I think they're going to
agents and all of that.
Yeah, you know what? It would not surprise me if they try to, not to bring this back to Kristi Noem, but it wouldn't surprise me if they try to arrest, charge Kristi Noem with some crimes.
Yeah.
It wouldn't say Tom Homan. I mean, you name it. So,
Greg Bovino.
Greg Bovino is going to be another one. So, yeah, it's going to be, fingers crossed, man, that Iran asking for a ceasefire and it ends up being a ceasefire. Gas prices eventually go back down. Prices go back down. The economy gets better and we win the midterms.
So I was thinking about this last night and, I pay attention to the administration just ad nauseum, but they got away from the 4 to 6 week messaging. Then they got back on the 4 to 6 week messaging and now saying that it could be over within 2 weeks. The president, his words yesterday. What would happen if gas prices dropped like $2 overnight? You think the American people would just be like celebrating?
I think the American people would be celebrating because we have a great story. They won't, but if they did, we have a great. If they go down $2 in several weeks, because it takes a little bit of time for the market to normalize. But yeah, we would have a great story because we would have a more moderate regime in Iran, and then if they're able to sell oil on the global market and without all the sanctions and not all sus the way that they do it, that would ultimately lower the price of gasoline for us. So I think that'd be a good thing.
I'm here for it.
Same.
Wait, you guys have to check your text messages right now.
People be texting.
People be texting.
I don't know, Joan. We're not supposed to be texting when we're on the radio.
Well, I know, but this is just too funny.
People don't say it be like it is, but it do.
Oh, no.
You know how they do the Marco Rubio meme? In every situation.
You got to put this on the screen.
Yeah.
I'm DMing it to you right now.
Are you DMing it to me?
That way
okay.
Because I know you already were trying to wrap your head around how to do that. So
yeah, I was. I was like, how in the world am I going to do this?
I wanted to take the work out of it for you.
All right,
so
you got to describe it for radio folks, though.
Well, we've seen Marco Rubio take on all sorts of jobs, and they have him on the casting couch, essentially, in the Oval Office.
Yep.
And this time, he's He's dressed up like Kristi Noem's husband.
with the big.
And it said
I
Marco
think-
Rubio finding out that he has to be Kristi Noem's husband.
I don't always use the term, but I do think it applies here. These are bazingas.
Bazingas. There you go.
And hot pink yoga pants.
All right. Very good.
It's just an appropriate way to end the.
Absolutely. Joan's got the news coming up at 9. Joan, what do you got?
Yeah, we have more talk about what's coming up here with President Trump as he has now arrived at the Supreme Court, and he'll be attending the arguments today over the 14th Amendment and the way that he has used it or stopped using it with his executive order. It's coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Generator Supercenter, and I got to tell you, we've all been dealing with power outages certainly since January. And so if you've been thinking about a backup home standby generator, my friends at the Generator Supercenter, they can help you. Basically, how it works is the power goes out in your neighborhood. Your backup home standby generator from the Generator Supercenter is going to turn your power right back on. They are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Not only is this a huge investment in your home, but also your family's safety. And they do feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and financing is available. 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com.